Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've been wanting to get this off my chest for a while now. It's honestly hard knowing where to start with what happened at our house in Westfield. We lived there for about 5 years when I was a teenager, and I've never felt right about it since. Even now, years later, I get goosebumps just thinking about it. My family bought the house when I was 14. It was this big old 2-story place with a decent backyard and woods behind it. The price was surprisingly good for the size, which should have been our first clue something wasn't right. But my parents were excited about the space and the quiet neighborhood. We didn't learn about the house's history until after we'd already moved in. Our next-door neighbor, Mrs. Calloway, mentioned it casually while bringing over a welcome pie. "Oh, you're in the Bridgewater place? That's nice. Hasn't had anyone in it for a few years, not since what happened with their little girl." Of course, my mum pressed for details, and Mrs. Calloway told us everything. The Bridgewaters had a daughter named Emily, who was 7 years old. They had this tire swing hanging from a massive oak tree in the far back part of the yard. One day, Emily was swinging by herself while her mum was inside making lunch. The rope snapped, and the heavy tire came down right on top of her. By the time her mum found her, it was too late. I remember feeling sick to my stomach hearing this. My mom looked like she'd seen a ghost, and my dad got really quiet. We had a family meeting that night about whether we should even stay, but my parents had already sunk most of their savings into the down payment, and finding another house wasn't really an option. "It's just a sad story," my dad said. "Tragic accidents happen everywhere." We tried to move past it, but I couldn't stop thinking about Emily. I'd look out my bedroom window at night toward that old oak tree in the back and wonder if she was still there somehow. About 2 months after we moved in, my dad decided to put up a new tire swing closer to the house for my little brother Dylan, who was 10 at the time. It wasn't on the same tree. This one was on a sturdy maple about 20 yards from our back porch. Dad made sure the rope was marine grade and triple-checked all the knots. For a while, everything was fine. Dylan loved that swing, and sometimes I'd even use it when I thought no one was looking. I was too cool to admit I liked swinging at 14. Then one Saturday afternoon in October, I was doing homework in my room when I heard this horrible scream. I ran downstairs and out the back door to find Dylan on the ground clutching his arm, with my mom already kneeling beside him. The tire swing was lying beside him, the rope cleanly severed at the top where it had been tied to the branch. The doctors at the ER said Dylan was lucky, just a fractured radius, no compound break. But what freaked us all out was when the doctor asked how it happened. When my mom explained about the rope snapping, he looked confused. "That's strange," he said. "I've seen a lot of tire swing accidents, but the rope usually frays first. It almost never breaks clean through like that." My dad went back and examined the rope later. He couldn't explain it either. It looked like it had been cut, not worn down or broken from stress. After that, no one wanted to replace the swing. My mom even had my dad remove the remnants of the old one from the oak tree in the back, saying it was too morbid to keep around. Things were quiet for a few months after that, and we almost forgot about the swing incidents. Then one evening in early spring, I was at volleyball practice when the really weird stuff started happening. My mum and sister Kate were in the backyard planting a garden when Kate looked up at my bedroom window and saw someone standing there. She thought it was me, having just gotten home from practice. "Olivia's watching us from upstairs," she told my mom. My mom waved and called out, "Hey, honey, practice end early?" When there was no response, my mom just shrugged. She must be in one of her moods. They continued gardening for another 20 minutes before heading inside. Kate went upstairs to ask if I wanted some lemonade, but my room was empty. They checked the whole house. No one was home. My mom called my coach immediately, who confirmed I was still at practice and wouldn't be done for another hour. When they told me about it that night, I felt this cold sensation creep up my spine. Someone, or something, had been in my room, looking just enough like me to make my sister think it was me. My dad tried to rationalize it. It was probably just a shadow or reflection in the glass, he said, but I could tell by the way he avoided looking directly at any of the windows that evening that he was unsettled too. A few weeks later, I was asleep when Dylan shook me awake around 1:30 a.m. "Liv, there's people outside," he whispered, his face pale in the moonlight coming through my window. I sat up, disoriented. "What? What are you talking about?" "I heard voices outside my window, like people talking." I was about to tell him it was just a dream when I heard it too. Muffled voices that sounded like they were coming from the edge of the woods behind our house. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it definitely sounded like multiple people having a conversation. Our nearest neighbors were the Callaways, and their house was a good 300 yards away. There's no way we could hear them talking normally at that distance, especially in the middle of the night. I got up and looked out my window. The backyard was illuminated by moonlight, but I couldn't see anyone. The voices continued though, sometimes getting louder then softer, like people were moving around. "Should we wake up Mom and Dad?" Dylan asked. I thought about it, but my dad had an important meeting the next morning, and I didn't want to disturb them if it was nothing. "Let's just check it out ourselves," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. We crept downstairs, and I grabbed a shovel from the mudroom before slowly opening the back door. The voices suddenly stopped. Dylan and I stood on the porch, straining to hear, but there was nothing, just the normal sounds of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. "Maybe they heard us come out," Dylan whispered. We cautiously walked the perimeter of our yard, staying close to the house. I kept the shovel ready, my knuckles white from gripping it so hard. We checked behind trees, bushes, even looked into the woods a little way, but there was absolutely no one there. When we got back inside, Dylan asked if he could sleep in my room. I didn't admit it, but I was glad for the company. We both had trouble falling back asleep, listening for those voices to return, but they never did. The next morning at breakfast, I told my parents about what happened. My mom looked concerned, but my dad just shrugged it off as teenagers hanging out where they shouldn't be. But deep down, I could tell he was unsettled too. That's when we started openly talking about whether the house might be haunted. My mom, who'd always been into spiritual stuff, suggested the little girl Emily might still be there. My sister thought maybe it was something more sinister. "What if it's not the girl?" Kate said one morning over pancakes. "What if it's whatever made the rope break? Like, I don't know, the devil or something?" My dad rolled his eyes. "There's no devil in this house, Kate, and you're scaring your brother." But Dylan piped up, "I'm not scared. I just think we should be careful." After breakfast, everyone left for work and school, but I had a free period first thing, so I was going to head in late. I decided to organize some stuff in the garage while I had the house to myself. I'd been out there for maybe 20 minutes, sorting through some old sports equipment, when I felt it, this intense sensation of being watched. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I froze. I was facing away from the door that connected the garage to the house, and I'd left it cracked open for light. Slowly, I turned around. As I did, I heard the door close with a soft click. I stood there, my heart pounding. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe my mom had forgotten something and come back. No answer. "Dad? Dylan?" Still nothing. I walked to the door and pushed it open. "Is anyone home? Kate?" The house was completely silent. I walked through every room, checking closets, under beds, behind doors, but there was no one there. All the cars were gone from the driveway, and I hadn't heard any pull-up. That door was a good 6 feet away from where I'd been standing. There's no way it could have closed on its own. The hinges didn't swing that way, and there wasn't any breeze in the garage. Someone, or something, had deliberately closed it. I grabbed my backpack and practically ran out of the house. I sat in my car in the driveway for a few minutes, trying to calm down. That's when I realized I'd left my phone inside. No way was I going back in there alone. I drove to school without it, making up a story about leaving it to charge at home when my friends asked. I couldn't concentrate in any of my classes that day. All I could think about was what had happened in the garage and what might be waiting when I got home. When I finally returned with my family that evening, everything seemed normal. My phone was right where I'd left it, charging in my room. No doors were mysteriously closed or open. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something in that house was aware of us, watching us, testing us. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking I heard footsteps in the hallway, but every time I got up to check, there was nothing there. Around 3 a.m., I heard what sounded like a child's giggle coming from somewhere downstairs. I pulled the covers over my head and pretended I hadn't heard it. The next few weeks were a blur of small incidents. Objects would disappear and reappear in strange places. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night, always to static. My mom complained about cold spots throughout the house, even in the middle of summer. Then there was the incident with the photos. My mom had put up a bunch of family pictures in the hallway, a timeline of sorts showing all of us growing up. One morning we woke up to find all of them turned to face the wall. Every single frame had been flipped around. My dad tried to blame it on an earthquake tremor, but we all knew better. Things escalated when Dylan started having nightmares about a little girl standing at the foot of his bed, soaking wet with a crushed chest, asking him to come play on her swing. He'd wake up screaming almost every night. My parents finally moved him into their room temporarily, saying he was just having anxiety. But I knew it wasn't just anxiety because I'd seen her too. Not as clearly as Dylan described, but I'd catch glimpses of a small figure darting around corners or reflected in windows, always just out of clear sight, like a shadow you see from the corner of your eye. The worst incident happened about 4 months before we finally moved out. I was home alone again, studying for finals in my room. It was around 7 p.m. and my family was at Dylan's basketball game. I had my music playing through headphones when I felt a sudden drop in temperature. I looked up from my textbook and nearly screamed. There, reflected in my computer screen, was the faint image of a little girl standing behind me. I whipped around, but there was nothing there. When I looked back at the screen, the reflection was gone. Shaking, I decided to go downstairs for a snack, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I heard the distinct sound of a tire swing creaking back and forth from the backyard. Despite every instinct telling me not to, I walked to the back door and peered out through the glass. What I saw makes me shudder even now. The old tire swing, the one my dad had removed years ago, was back, hanging from the oak tree at the edge of the property. It was swinging forcefully, as if someone had just jumped off it. I ran to the front door, not even bothering to grab my phone or jacket. I sat on the front steps until my family came home an hour later. When my dad checked the backyard with a flashlight, there was no swing, just the old oak tree standing alone in the darkness. We moved out 3 weeks later. My dad claimed it was because he got a job offer in another state, but we all knew the real reason. The night before we left, I swear I heard a child crying somewhere in the house, the sound echoing through the empty rooms we'd already packed up. I've never been back to Westfield, and I never want to go back. Sometimes I wonder about the family that moved in after us, if they've experienced the same things. Part of me wants to warn them, but what would I even say? Watch out for the devil in your house? Don't hang any swings? To this day, I can't explain what happened in that garage when the door closed, or who my mom and sister saw in my bedroom window, or who was talking outside in the middle of the night. I've tried to rationalize it all, but there's no logical explanation that covers everything we experienced. All I know is that there was something in that house that didn't want us there. Whether it was Emily's ghost or something darker, I can't say. I can't. But whatever it was real, and it was powerful, and sometimes I still feel like it's watching me, even though I'm hundreds of miles away now. Story 2. I've never shared this story with anyone except my therapist. Even she seemed skeptical, suggesting it was just teenage anxiety. But I know what I felt that day in Newport, and 18 years later, I still get cold sweats thinking about it. It was summer 2002 and I was 14. My family, Mom, Dad, and my younger brother Tyler were on our annual Oregon coast vacation. We'd been to Cannon Beach and Lincoln City before, but never Newport. Dad wanted to check out the famous lighthouse, and Mom was excited about some art gallery downtown. The incident happened on our second day. We'd spent the morning at the Oregon Coast Aquarium, which was actually pretty cool, and by late afternoon everyone was starving. Dad suggested we find a seafood place on the waterfront, Newport being known for fresh fish and all. We were in our blue minivan driving around looking for somewhere to eat. I remember I had my headphones on, listening to Avril Lavigne on my portable CD player. Embarrassing, I know. We started descending this small hill toward what looked like a row of waterfront buildings. Nothing special, just your typical coastal town storefronts. The kind with those weather-beaten wooden signs and big windows. The moment, and I mean the exact second, we crested that hill, something changed. I felt it physically, like walking into a wall of cold water. Goosebumps exploded across my entire body. My stomach lurched so violently, I thought I was going to throw up all over the back seat. I yanked my headphones off because they suddenly felt wrong somehow. "Stop the car," I remember saying, but it came out as a whisper. The first thing I noticed was the color, or rather, the lack of it. Everything outside the windows looked drained. Not like black and white exactly, but like someone had turned the saturation way down. All these muted grays and washed-out blues. The sky, which had been a bright blue just minutes before, now looked like dirty dishwater. My brother didn't notice anything. He was busy with his Game Boy, but I remember looking at my parents' faces in the rearview mirror, expecting them to comment on how weird everything suddenly looked. They didn't say a word about it. "There's a place," Dad said, pointing to what looked like a restaurant with a faded sign. I couldn't make out the name. It was just blurry letters to me. The building itself looked off somehow, like it was slightly out of focus compared to everything around it. "I don't feel good," I said louder this time. "Can we go somewhere else?" Mom turned around. "We're already here, Amelia. Let's at least check if they're open." Dad parked in front of the restaurant. There were other cars in the small lot, but they all looked strange. Older models, but not in a classic car way. Just outdated and uniformly dull, like everything else. "I'll stay with Tyler," Dad said. Mom gestured for me to come with her to check the place out. I didn't want to go. Every instinct was screaming at me to stay in the van, to tell them we needed to leave immediately. But you know how it is at 14, you don't want your parents thinking you're being dramatic. So, I followed Mom toward the entrance. Each step felt heavier than the last. The air seemed thicker, almost syrupy, and it had this smell. Not fishy like you'd expect near the ocean, but musty, like old books or a basement after flooding. The restaurant had these windows along the front, and I could see people inside. As we approached, I realized they were all staring at us, not glancing up as new customers arrived, full-on staring, completely still, every single person. Mom didn't seem to notice anything unusual. She pulled the door open, and a bell jingled. but the sound was wrong, flat and dull, like it was coming through a bad phone connection. The interior was dimly lit with yellowish lighting that made everything look jaundiced. There were maybe 15 people inside, seated at tables with red-checkered tablecloths. Nobody was eating, despite plates in front of them. Nobody was talking. They were just sitting there, and they were all looking at us. The hostess stand was empty. Mum took a few steps in, and I reluctantly followed, staying close behind her. "Hello!" Mum called out cheerfully. "Table for 4?" Nobody answered. Nobody moved to help us. They just kept staring. That's when I really noticed their eyes. They weren't normal. They had this blackish-grey tint to them, not like coloured contacts, but like the actual whites of their eyes were discoloured. Dark. And they looked angry. No, that's not strong enough. They looked hostile, like we had personally offended each of them just by walking in. An older man at the nearest table slowly turned his head to follow our movement. His neck made a faint cracking sound as he did. His face was completely expressionless, but those eyes, they were burning with something that made my skin crawl. A woman seated by the window had her hands perfectly flat on the table. She didn't blink once the entire time we stood there. Her fingers were too long, I remember thinking, just slightly too long to look right. Mom was still looking around like nothing was wrong. "I guess we should wait. Or maybe they're closed." "Mom," I whispered, tugging on her sleeve, "we need to go, now. What's wrong?" She looked down at me, concerned but clueless. "Please," I said, feeling tears starting to form. "I really don't feel good. We need to leave." From the corner, I heard a chair scrape against the floor. Someone was standing up. I didn't turn to look. I couldn't. I just pulled harder on Mom's arm. To my enormous relief, she nodded. "Okay, honey, we'll find somewhere else." As we turned to leave, I felt something brush against my back. Not a touch exactly, more like a current of cold air. I hurried Mom along, practically shoving her toward the door. The bell made that wrong sound again as we left. I glanced back one last time and saw that every single person inside had stood up. They weren't moving toward us or anything. They were just standing at their tables, still staring. When we got back to the van, I was shaking so hard I could barely open the door. "They're not open," Mum told Dad, completely casual. "Or at least, no one came to seat us." "What about all those people inside?" Dad asked. Mom looked confused. "What people?" My blood went ice cold. I opened my mouth to say something, but no words came out. "I saw lots of people sitting at tables," Dad said, frowning. Mom shrugged. "I didn't see anyone. Maybe they were in a different section." I wanted to scream. How could she not have seen them? They were right there, staring at us with those wrong eyes. "Can we please go?" I managed to say. "Please, Dad, I feel really sick." Dad looked at me in the rearview mirror. I must have looked terrible because he immediately started the engine. "Okay, kiddo, we'll find somewhere else." As we pulled away, I couldn't help looking back at the restaurant. Every single person who had been inside was now standing in the windows, watching our van drive away. Their faces were still completely expressionless, but somehow I could feel their disappointment, anger, whatever it was. It felt predatory. We drove back up the hill we'd come down, and the very instant we crested it, everything changed back. The colors returned. The heavy feeling lifted. It was like emerging from underwater after nearly drowning. I took a huge, gasping breath that made everyone look at me. "You okay back there?" Dad asked. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Out the window, the sky was blue again. The buildings looked normal. Even the air seemed lighter. We ended up driving to another town about 20 minutes away, found a little diner where everyone ordered, but I couldn't eat. I just stared at my clam chowder going cold while I tried to process what had happened. The weirdest part? When we drove through Newport again the next day, during daylight, thank God, I made Dad take the exact same route. The hill was there, The waterfront was there, but that restaurant? Gone. Nothing but an empty lot where I was certain it had stood. I tried asking my parents about it later, but they just thought I was being dramatic. Mum insisted she never saw anyone in the restaurant. Dad remembered seeing a few people, but nothing unusual. For years after, I tried to make sense of it. I researched the history of Newport, looking for anything about a restaurant fire or some tragedy. Found nothing. I even considered going back as an adult, but I can't bring myself to do it. I've never experienced anything paranormal before or since. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or alternate dimensions or whatever, but I know what I saw that day. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed, if Mum had insisted on waiting for a table, if we'd sat down with those people with their wrong eyes and too long fingers. I think about the way they all stood up when we were leaving, how they lined up at the windows to watch us go. I think about that brush of cold against my back, and I wonder if they're still there, just over that hill, waiting for someone else to wander into whatever pocket of wrongness they exist in. All I know is that for those few minutes, we were somewhere we absolutely should not have been, somewhere that wasn't quite here. To this day, when I feel sudden, inexplicable dread, I call it my Newport feeling. It's my body's way of telling me something isn't right, that I need to leave immediately. I've never ignored it since. Story 3. I've been debating whether to post this for years. I'm not a writer, just a normal guy who experienced some seriously messed up stuff that I still can't explain. This happened in the house where I grew up, a small 2-bedroom bungalow in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing about the place screamed haunted house. It was just an ordinary home built in the 70s, with ugly wallpaper and worn carpet. But the things that happened there, I still get goosebumps thinking about them. I guess I should start with my earliest memory of something being wrong. I was around 3 years old, and I had these recurring nightmares about waking up in our basement. It was always the same: cold, dark, concrete floors, and that feeling of being completely alone. Our basement was finished, but still had that damp, musty smell that all basements seem to have. In the dreams, I'd be standing at the bottom of the stairs, too scared to go up, too scared to stay where I was. One night, I had the dream again, but woke up in my actual bed. I was terrified, convinced I'd just been in the basement. I decided to go to my parents' room, which was down the hall from mine. Our house had this long hallway with my bedroom at one end, the bathroom in the middle, and my parents' room at the other end. I remember slipping out of bed, my feet hitting the cold floor. The hallway was dark, except for this faint glow coming from the bathroom nightlight. I started walking towards my parents' room, dragging my blanket behind me. That's when I saw it. Standing between me and my parents' room, right by the bathroom door, was this figure, tall, unnaturally tall, like it almost touched the ceiling. It was completely black, like a shadow that had peeled itself off the wall, and it was wearing a top hat, just standing there, blocking my way. I froze, completely froze. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't even breathe. It was like my entire body just shut down from pure fear. The thing didn't move either. It just stood there, watching me. I don't remember seeing eyes, but I felt it staring at me. I don't remember what happened next. I must have blacked out from fear or something, because the next thing I remember is waking up in my bed the following morning. I told my parents, but they just said it was a nightmare. Maybe it was, but it felt so real, and the image of that tall shadow man with the top hat has stayed crystal clear in my head for over 20 years now. After that night, things were normal for a long time. Or maybe I was just too young to notice the weird stuff. It wasn't until I was around 14 that things started happening again. Our house only had one bathroom. It was nothing special, just a standard bathroom with linoleum floors, a sink, toilet, and a shower tub combo. One evening I was taking a bath. Yeah, I know, a teenager taking a bath sounds weird, but our shower head was broken that week. I had locked the door like always. I was a teenager. Privacy was important. I was just lying there in the tub, and I ducked my head underwater for a second to rinse the shampoo out of my hair. I couldn't have been under for more than 5 seconds. When I came back up and wiped the water from my eyes, the cold water tap was on. Not just a drip either, it was turned on full blast, making the water in the tub even colder. I sat up confused. I knew the tap had been off. I'd run the bath myself, and I'd turned both taps off when the water was at the right level. There was no way it could have turned itself on, and there was definitely no way someone could have come in. The door was locked from the inside, and I would have heard it open anyway. I quickly turned it off and finished my bath as fast as I could, constantly looking around the bathroom, feeling like I was being watched. When I told my parents what happened, my dad suggested the tap might be loose or faulty, but when he checked, everything was fine. My mom just kind of shrugged it off. A few weeks later, my little sister, who was about 3 at the time, came into the dining room looking confused. She said she saw the bathroom sink turn on by itself. She wasn't tall enough to reach the faucet, so she couldn't have done it herself. My mom just mumbled, "Ghost," and went to turn it off. I remember the chill that ran down my spine when I heard that. My mum said it so casually, like she knew something was there. But the worst thing, the thing that still keeps me up at night sometimes, started happening shortly after that. The humming. It always started around 2:30 a.m. I'd wake up to this mechanical humming sound coming from outside my bedroom. My room was upstairs, and the humming seemed to move across the ceiling. It would start at one end of my room, then slowly move until it was directly above my bed, where it would hover for a while before continuing toward the back of the house. The noise was unlike anything I've ever heard. It wasn't like a refrigerator or air conditioner humming. It was deeper, more intense. I could actually feel it in my chest, like a vibration. The stuff on my bedside table would rattle slightly when it was directly overhead. The first time it happened, I thought it was a helicopter flying over our house, but it happened every single night at the same time. I'd lie there, completely paralyzed, as this humming passed over me. I'd pull the covers over my head, but it didn't help. I could still feel the vibration. Sometimes I'd build up the courage to go to my parents' room, but they never heard it. My dad would check outside, looking for the source, but never found anything. One night, after weeks of this happening, I decided to follow the sound. I got out of bed as the humming moved past me toward the back of the house. I crept down the hallway, following the vibration. It led me to the bathroom, the same bathroom where the taps kept turning on by themselves. I stood outside the door, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The humming was coming from inside. I reached for the doorknob, my hand shaking so badly I could barely grip it. Then the humming stopped. Complete silence. I pushed the door open anyway, flicked on the light. The bathroom was empty, nothing out of place. But it was freezing cold, way colder than the rest of the house, and when I looked in the mirror, I swear I saw something move behind me, just at the edge of the reflection. I spun around, but there was nothing there. I ran back to my room and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The humming continued for years, always at the same time, always following the same path. I tried recording it once with this crappy cassette recorder I had, but nothing showed up on the tape. Just static. When I was 16, I got my driver's license and my first car, a '94 Ford Thunderbird that I bought with money from my summer job. It wasn't much, but it was mine, and I loved that car. But something weird started happening with it too. The passenger side cabin light would turn on by itself, not while I was driving. That would have been easier to explain. Maybe a short in the wiring or something. No. It would happen when the car was parked and off. I'd come out in the morning to go to school, and the light would be on, draining my battery. The first few times I assumed I'd left it on accidentally or didn't shut the door properly. But then I started double and triple checking. I'd make sure all lights were off, doors properly closed and locked. I'd even come back out after 10 minutes to check again. But still, almost every morning that light would be on. I took it to a mechanic who checked the wiring and found nothing wrong. I even disconnected the bulb for a while, but when I put it back in, the problem continued. What made it even weirder was when I traded that car in for a '99 Ford Taurus a year later. The same exact thing started happening with the new car. Different make, different model, different year, same problem. That's when I started to think whatever was happening in our house had somehow attached itself to me. The night before I moved out at 23, I was packing up my room when the humming started. It followed its usual path across my ceiling, stopped above my bed, but then instead of moving on, it just stayed there for hours, the longest it had ever lasted. The vibration was so intense that night that a picture fell off my wall. When I finally moved out the next day, I felt like I could breathe again for the first time in years. The weird stuff stopped completely after I left that house. The humming, the lights in my car, all of it. It's been almost 10 years now, and I haven't experienced anything like it since. My parents still live in that house. They've never mentioned experiencing anything strange, but I've noticed they never use the bathroom after dark if they can help it. My mom installed a night light in there years ago, and it stays on 24/7. I've tried to rationalize it all. Maybe the top hat man was just a night terror. Maybe there was a wiring issue with the bathroom taps. Maybe the humming was just some weird acoustic phenomenon from a nearby factory or something. And maybe the car lights were just a coincidence. But deep down, I know what I experienced wasn't normal. I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. That feeling of being watched never really goes away. Sometimes I still wake up at exactly 2:30 a.m., my chest tight, expecting to hear that humming moving across my ceiling. I still can't explain any of it. All I know is that house had something in it, something that didn't want me there, and it followed me for years until I finally got away. Even now, writing this out, I can feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Some memories never fade, no matter how much you want them to. Story 4. I still have trouble talking about what happened that night in '98, even though it's been over 25 years. I've never told this story publicly before because I know how it sounds. But I swear on everything I hold dear that every word of this is true. I was 13 years old, living with my dad in this rundown duplex on the east side of the city. Mum wasn't in the picture. She split when I was 8, and it had just been me and Dad ever since. We didn't have much money, but we got by. Our place was small but decent enough, just a couple blocks away from the local YMCA. Behind the Y was this weird patch of woods, maybe 20 or 30 acres, surrounded by this tall chain-link fence with barbed wire at the top. There were these big "no trespassing" signs every few yards. During the day, you'd sometimes see guys in security uniforms patrolling the perimeter. Nobody really talked about why the woods needed such heavy security, but everyone knew something was off about that place. I learned the history from kids at school. Apparently, over the years, they'd found several bodies in there. Victims of drug deals gone wrong, homeless people who'd been attacked, and even a couple of murder victims who'd been dumped there. The woods had this reputation as a bad place, somewhere you just didn't go. Our next-door neighbor, Mrs. Cardenas, this super religious old lady, used to cross herself whenever she looked toward those woods. One time I overheard her talking to my dad, saying something like, "There's a demon in those trees, Mr. Donovan. It feeds on all the bad things that happened there, all that violence, all that pain. It's like food for evil spirits." I remember my dad just nodding politely, not wanting to be rude to her. Dad had this one strict rule. I was never, ever supposed to go into those woods. "Marcus," he'd say, "I don't care if you're late for school or if your friends dare you. You stay out of there. It's not safe." But you know how it is when you're 13. Being told not to do something just makes you want to do it more. The truth is, I did go in there sometimes, but only during daylight. and only to use it as a shortcut to my friend Kevin's house. Going around took like 25 minutes, but cutting through the woods took maybe 8. There was this one spot where some kids had cut a hole in the fence, hidden behind this big bush. You had to time it right to avoid the security guys, but it wasn't that hard. Even in broad daylight, though, those woods were just wrong. The rest of our neighborhood was your typical urban sprawl: houses, apartments, convenience stores, streetlights everywhere. But step 10 feet into those woods, and it was like being transported somewhere else entirely. It was always colder in there, like 10-15 degrees colder than outside the fence. The light seemed different too, dimmer, grayer, like there was always this thin fog hanging in the air, even on clear days. The weirdest thing was the silence. Cities are never quiet, right? There's always traffic noise, people talking, music playing somewhere. But in those woods, all that just disappeared. No birds chirping, no squirrels rustling through leaves, nothing. Just this heavy, pressing silence that made my ears ring. Around April of '98, I started having these nightmares, always the same one. I'd be standing at the edge of the woods at dusk, just looking in. Then I'd notice this darkness moving between the trees. Not like a shadow or an animal or anything, more like black fog, swirling around, getting thicker and denser. In the dream, I'd try to run, but my feet would be stuck to the ground. The darkness would ooze out from between the trees, sliding over the ground toward me. It would wrap around my ankles first, cold and damp, then crawl up my legs, my waist, my chest. I couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. And just as it covered my face, I'd hear this voice. Not really a voice, more like words forming directly in my head, saying, "Feed me." I'd wake up gasping for air, soaked in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. These dreams came almost every night for weeks. I never told my dad about them. He was working 2 jobs then, always exhausted, and I didn't want to bug him with something as stupid as bad dreams. Things with Dad weren't great during this time. He was stressed about money, working all these extra shifts. I was being a typical moody teenager, giving him attitude about everything. We'd been fighting a lot. Stupid stuff, like me not doing my chores or hanging out with kids he didn't approve of. Looking back now, I feel terrible about it. He was doing his best, you know. Then came that night in June. It was a Friday. Dad had picked me up from Kevin's house, and I was in a bad mood because he'd shown up early and embarrassed me in front of my friends. We were arguing as we pulled into our driveway. The car, this beat-up old Buick Century that was probably older than I was, had been acting up, and it stalled out before we could pull all the way in. Dad tried to restart it, but the engine just made this sad whining noise and wouldn't turn over. "Great," he muttered, "just what we need." I rolled my eyes and said something smart-ass like, "Maybe if you got a real job instead of 2 crappy ones, we could afford a car that actually runs." The moment the words left my mouth, I knew I'd gone too far. Dad didn't yell. He just got this look on his face, this mixture of hurt and disappointment that made me feel about 2 inches tall. Then he sighed and rubbed his eyes. "Marcus," he said quietly, "every time we fight like this, every time we're cruel to each other, we're just feeding this negative energy. You know what Mrs. Cardenas is always saying about the woods? That there's something in there that feeds on pain and hate?" I snorted. "You don't actually believe that crap, do you? About demons in the woods?" Dad looked tired. "I don't know what I believe, but I know that every time we do this, we just keep feeding this thing that lives out in the woods." I laughed, that mean, mocking laugh teenagers use when they think adults are being stupid. "Right, Dad. There's a monster out there just waiting for us to argue, so it can, eat our bad vibes? That's the dumbest thing I've ever—" I never finished that sentence, because at that exact moment, something started pounding on the trunk of the car. Thump, 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 like 2 fists slamming down on the metal, over and over. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't just a light tapping. Whatever was hitting the car was hitting it hard, making the whole vehicle shake with each impact. Dad and I both froze. For a second, I thought maybe it was one of Kevin's friends playing a prank. But we were alone in the driveway, and the nearest streetlight showed nobody around. Thump, thump, thump. The pounding got louder, harder, faster. The rhythm wasn't random. It had this weird, almost deliberate pattern to it, like it was trying to communicate something. The car was rocking now with each impact. I looked at Dad, and his face had gone completely white. His eyes were wide, staring straight ahead, and his hands were gripping the steering wheel so tight his knuckles were white. Thump, 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 thump. The pounding was getting more frantic, more violent. I could hear the metal of the trunk actually starting to dent inward with each hit. That's when I started screaming. Not the kind of scream you let out when you're startled. I mean full-on primal terror screaming. Dad was yelling too, trying to get the key back in the ignition with shaking hands. I don't know what made me do what I did next. It wasn't a conscious decision. Pure instinct, I guess. I threw myself across the center console and wrapped my arms around my dad, burying my face in his shoulder. "I'm sorry," I sobbed. "I'm sorry, Dad. I love you. I'm sorry." His arms came around me instantly, squeezing me so tight it almost hurt. "I love you too, Marcus," he said, his voice breaking. "I love you so much. I'm sorry too." We just kept repeating those words. "I love you. I'm sorry. I love you. I'm sorry," over and over, like some kind of desperate prayer or protection spell. And as we did, something strange started happening. The pounding began to slow down. The impacts became less forceful, the rhythm less frantic. Thump, thump, thump. We kept holding each other, kept saying those words, and the thumping continued to decrease. Thump, thump, thump. And then nothing. Complete silence. We stayed frozen like that for what felt like forever, clutching each other, afraid to move, afraid to speak. Finally, Dad slowly pulled away and looked around. The driveway was still empty, no sign of anyone or anything that could have caused the pounding. "Stay in the car," he whispered. "Lock the doors after I get out." "Dad, no!" I started to protest, but he was already opening his door. I watched through the window as he walked slowly around to the back of the car, his body tense, ready to run or fight. When he reached the trunk, he stopped and just stared. After a long moment, he beckoned me to come out. Terrified, but curious, I got out and joined him at the rear of the car. What I saw made my blood run cold. The trunk lid was covered in dents, big fist-sized indentations in the metal, arranged in a pattern that almost looked like some kind of weird symbol or writing. Dad ran his hand over them, his face unreadable. "These weren't here before," he said quietly. "The car's a piece of junk, but I would have noticed this." I reached out to touch one of the dents. The metal was ice cold. Way colder than it should have been on a warm June night. When I pulled my hand back, my fingertips were numb. We both stood there, staring at those dents, neither of us saying what we were thinking, that whatever had made them wasn't human. Dad suddenly seemed to snap out of it. "Get inside," he said, his voice tight. "Now!" We went into the house and double-locked every door and window. Dad even pushed the couch in front of the front door. I didn't argue or make fun of him for it. We both knew something impossible had just happened, something that couldn't be explained away. That night, neither of us slept. We sat in the living room with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. Around dawn, Dad finally spoke. "We're moving," he said simply. "I'll call your Uncle Greg in the morning. We can stay with him until I find us a new place." I just nodded. No arguments, no complaints. I never wanted to spend another night near those woods again. True to his word, within 2 weeks, we had packed up and moved to the other side of the city. Dad traded in the Buick for an even older Chevy, taking a loss just to get rid of it. We never talked about what happened that night, not once, not ever. It was like this unspoken agreement between us. We would pretend it never happened. Our relationship changed after that night, though. The constant fighting stopped. We became closer, more careful with each other's feelings, maybe nearly facing something unnatural. Together puts petty arguments into perspective. Dad passed away 3 years ago. Heart attack, completely unexpected. Sometimes I wonder if he ever told anyone else about what happened, or if he took that secret to his grave. I've never told anyone the full story until now. Here's the really messed up part. I still live in the same city. My apartment is only about 3 miles from our old place. Sometimes when I'm driving around that area, I'll catch a glimpse of those woods in the distance, and my heart will start racing. The YMCA is still there, and so is the fence around the woods. I don't know if they still have security patrolling it. I've never gotten close enough to check. I could go back there if I wanted to, drive by the old house, maybe even walk up to the edge of those woods and look in. But I won't. I can't. Because deep down, I know that whatever was in there that night is still there, waiting, and I'm afraid that if I get too close, it might recognize me, might remember the taste of my fear and want more. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, just on the edge of sleep, I swear I can hear it thump, thump, thump. Like it followed us, like it's been following me all these years, waiting for me to slip up, to forget to tell the people I care about that I love them, waiting for me to feed it again. I don't know what was in those woods. I don't want to know. All I know is that it was real, it was hungry, and for some reason, it let us go that night. And I'm never giving it a second chance. Story 5. I still think about him every day. It's been over 10 years, and I can still see his face when I close my eyes. I'm writing this down because maybe somebody else has experienced something similar, or maybe writing about it will help me process what happened. I don't know. All I know is that what I saw that night in the basement of our farmhouse was real. I grew up in a farmhouse in Seething, Norfolk. It was one of those picture-perfect places that people dream about raising their kids in. Cedar forests surrounding the property, rolling fields, chickens pecking in the yard, a couple of horses, even a small pond where my brother and I would catch frogs in the summer. My parents bought the place when I was around 5 years old, and I remember being so excited about having so much space to run around. What my parents didn't tell us until we were older was the weird history of the previous owners. They had been religious fanatics, not just your average churchgoers, but full-on end-of-days believers. They were completely obsessed with Y2K and had prepped the house accordingly. I mean, these people had gone all out. The most obvious sign was this heavy, bulletproof door they had installed at the bottom of the basement stairs. It was this ugly metal thing with heavy-duty locks that seemed so out of place in our otherwise charming farmhouse. Behind that door was a large basement that my parents eventually converted into a bedroom for me. But even creepier was what we found behind one of the shelving units in the corner of the basement. A hidden room filled with stockpiles of canned food, water jugs, weapons, religious texts, and other survival gear. My dad cleared most of it out, but they kept the shelving unit. It was built into the wall, so removing it would have been a huge hassle. Everything changed when I was 15. My dad died in a tractor accident on our farm. He was working in the field, and the tractor flipped on a slope. By the time we found him, it was too late. I was completely devastated. We all were, but I think I took it the hardest. My dad and I had been super close. He used to call me his shadow because I was always following him around the farm, helping with chores. After he died, I became withdrawn. I stopped hanging out with friends, my grades dropped, and I started spending a lot of time in my room. That's when I got into spiritualism and the occult. I know how that sounds, but I was a grieving teenager looking for answers. I wanted to believe there was some way to communicate with my dad, to know that he was okay, to tell him all the things I never got to say before he died. I read every book I could find on the subject, practiced meditation, tried using a Ouija board. I tried to warn him about the flies, but he shrugged it off. "I've dealt with worse in my apartment," he joked. The next morning he came upstairs looking pale and exhausted. When I asked him if everything was okay, he hesitated before saying, "This is going to sound crazy, but did you ever see anything weird down there? Like, I don't know, a person?" My blood ran cold. "What did you see?" I whispered. "I woke up in the middle of the night, and I swear there was a man standing next to the bed, just staring at you. Short guy, bald on top." I blinked, and he was gone. I figured it was just a dream, but it felt so real. I had to sit down. "When was this? When did you see him standing next to my bed?" My brother looked confused. "Years ago, when I was still living here, I came down to borrow a book from you one night, and you were asleep. That's when I saw him." I had never known about this. My brother had seen the same man, years before I did, standing next to my bed, watching me sleep. The thought made me physically ill. We ended up telling my mom everything that day. My encounter, my brother's experience years earlier, the flies that wouldn't stay dead. She was skeptical at first, suggesting it might be stress or an overactive imagination. But when we showed her how the flies would come back to life after being killed, she couldn't explain it. We did some research on the previous owners of the house. It turns out they had been part of a small apocalyptic cult. Their leader had convinced them that Y2K would bring about the end of the world, and they had prepared accordingly. What we hadn't known was that the leader had died in our basement, some kind of stroke while inspecting the stockpile room behind the shelving unit. I moved out of that house as soon as I could, found a small apartment in the nearest town, and got a job at a local store. My mom stayed for another year before the farm became too much for her to manage alone. She sold it and moved closer to me. I still don't know who or what the man in the basement was. Was it the ghost of the cult leader? Some kind of entity that had been summoned by my dabbling in spiritualism? Or something that had always been there, waiting in the darkness of that basement? All I know is that I still see his face when I close my eyes. That round, pale face with the flat cheeks and those horrible black eyes, filled with such hatred. Sometimes I dream about him, and in my dreams he can touch me. I always wake up gasping for air, my heart racing. It's been over 10 years. And I've never been able to explain what happened in that basement. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family before. I'm not even sure why I'm sharing it now, except that I need someone else to know. I need to not be the only one carrying this. If you've read this far, thank you. And if you've ever experienced anything like this, please let me know. Because even after all these years, I'm still looking for answers. Story 6. I've never really told this story to anyone except my mom, and even she didn't believe me. But I need to get this off my chest because it still freaks me out when I think about it, even though it happened over 15 years ago. When I was 12, I caught a really bad case of pneumonia in the middle of winter. Not just the kind where you feel crappy for a few days and then get better. I'm talking the kind where my parents were genuinely worried. The doctor had given me antibiotics, but I was still running these crazy high fevers that wouldn't break no matter how much Tylenol my mum gave me. Our house was this old 2-story place with drafty windows, and my bedroom was upstairs at the end of the hall. I remember my sheets would be soaked with sweat every morning, and my mom would have to change them daily. My throat felt like I'd swallowed broken glass, and every time I coughed it felt like my lungs were being ripped apart. The night it happened was probably the worst I'd felt. Earlier that day, I remember my mum calling the doctor because my fever had spiked to 103.8. The doctor told her to keep giving me the antibiotics and Tylenol and to take me to the ER if it got any higher. I couldn't eat anything, just the thought of food made me want to throw up. My mom had been trying to get me to drink, but everything tasted weird and metallic. I think I'd maybe had a few sips of water the entire day. I fell asleep around 8 p.m. that night, completely exhausted from fighting the fever all day. My bedroom was this small space with pale blue walls that looked almost grey in the darkness. I had a nightlight plugged in by my dresser because, even at 12, I was still kind of afraid of the dark. My bed was pushed against the wall under the window, and I always slept facing the door. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. My digital clock was on the nightstand, but I couldn't focus my eyes enough to read it. All I know is that the house was completely silent. That heavy, middle-of-the-night silence where it feels like you're the only person awake in the entire world. The first thing I noticed when I opened my eyes was how dry my mouth was. It felt like someone had stuffed cotton balls all the way down my throat. My lips were cracked, and when I ran my tongue over them, I tasted blood from where they'd split. My whole body was burning up, but I was shivering at the same time. The sheets were damp and twisted around my legs. That's when I saw them. At first, I thought I was still dreaming. In the dimness of my room, lit only by my little nightlight, I saw two things. I don't even know how to describe them properly. They weren't exactly balls of light, but they weren't solid either. They were like orbs, I guess, but that word doesn't quite capture what they were. They hovered about 4 feet off the ground near the foot of my bed. Each one was about the size of a basketball, with these dense, almost black centers that seemed to pull at my vision. It was like looking at something so dark that your eyes couldn't properly focus on it. Around these centers were these pulsing, hazy auras, not quite white, not quite blue, but something in between. The light didn't illuminate the room at all. It was contained within them. The orbs moved slightly, kind of drifting up and down and side to side, but they stayed in the same general area. They didn't make any sound, but the air around them felt different. Heavier somehow, like right before a thunderstorm when the air gets thick and hard to breathe. I was too weak to sit up, so I just lay there, frozen in terror, staring at these things in my bedroom. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I kept blinking, thinking they'd disappear, but they didn't. They just stayed there, pulsing slightly, their centers seeming to swirl within themselves. Then, without warning, I heard a voice. But it wasn't coming from anywhere specific. It was like it was inside my head, but also all around me at the same time. Clear as day, it said, "You need to drink water now." The voice wasn't male or female. It didn't sound angry or friendly. It was just insistent, commanding, like it was giving me an order that it expected me to follow without question. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. I just kept staring at these orbs, wondering if I had completely lost my mind. The fever must have fried my brain, I thought. This can't be real. "You need to drink water now," the voice repeated, more forcefully this time. I tried to speak, to ask what they were, but my throat was so dry that all that came out was a raspy whisper. The orbs moved closer to me, and I swear I could feel a pressure in the air, pushing down on me. Not in a suffocating way, but like a physical presence was exerting itself. The centers of the orbs seemed to get darker, more intense, pulling at my vision even more strongly. "Drink water, now." It wasn't a suggestion. It was an instruction, delivered with such authority that despite my terror, I found myself trying to sit up. My arms shook as I pushed myself upright. I half expected the orbs to do something, attack me maybe, but they just continued to hover there watching. I had a plastic cup of water on my nightstand that my mom had left there earlier. I reached for it with trembling hands, spilling some on my blanket. The orbs moved slightly closer, as if monitoring me. As I took a sip of water, I noticed how warm it was from sitting out all day. But as soon as it hit my tongue, I realized how desperately thirsty I was. I gulped it down like I'd been wandering in a desert for days. It wasn't enough, not nearly enough. The orbs seemed to pulse more intensely, and again I heard, "More, you need more water." I knew I needed to get to the bathroom to refill my cup, but that meant walking past these things. The thought made my stomach clench with fear. But the command was so powerful, and my thirst was so overwhelming, that I found myself swinging my legs over the side of the bed. Standing up was harder than I expected. The room spun violently, and I had to grab onto my headboard to stay upright. My pajamas were sticking to my skin, and my legs felt like they might give out at any moment. The orbs moved back slightly, creating a path for me to walk. I took a shaky step forward, clutching my empty cup. Then another. I was terrified they would touch me, but they kept their distance, floating alongside me as I shuffled toward my bedroom door. The hallway outside my room was pitch black. I could barely see where I was going, but the orbs followed me, providing just enough of their strange light for me to make out the bathroom door across the hall. My bare feet stuck slightly to the wooden floor with each step. I was sweating that much. When I reached the bathroom, I didn't turn on the light. I was afraid of what I might see in the mirror, not just my sick face, but these things behind me. I fumbled my way to the sink and turned on the tap, filling my cup under the stream of cold water. I drank it down in one go, then filled it again, and again, and again. I couldn't stop. It was like my body was a dried-up sponge, absorbing every drop. All the while, the orbs hovered near the doorway, watching. Their dense centers seemed to swirl faster now, the auras pulsing in a rhythm that almost matched my heartbeat. After what felt like my 10th cup of water, the voice came again. "Enough for now. Return to bed." I was still terrified, but something in me knew that whatever these things were, they weren't there to hurt me. If they had wanted to, they could have done it already. So I obeyed, shuffling back to my room with the orbs flanking me like strange guardians. When I got back to my bed, I noticed the sheets were completely soaked with sweat. I was too exhausted and confused to care. I just collapsed onto the mattress, my body feeling oddly lighter than before. The orbs positioned themselves at the foot of my bed again, but this time they seemed less intense, their auras softer somehow. "Sleep," the voice said. "We will watch." Under normal circumstances, having two mysterious entities watching me sleep would have been the most terrifying thing imaginable. But in that moment, I felt an odd sense of safety, like they were standing guard. My eyelids grew heavy, and despite everything, I felt myself drifting off. When I woke up the next morning, the orbs were gone. Sunlight was streaming through my curtains, casting warm patches on my floor. My sheets were dry, and for the first time in days, I didn't feel like I was burning alive. My throat was still sore, but my head was clearer. My mom came in to check on me and seemed surprised by my improvement. "Your fever broke during the night," she said, placing a hand on my forehead. "How are you feeling?" That's when I told her everything, about the orbs, the voices, the commands to drink water. I described their dense centers and swirling auras, the way they followed me to the bathroom and watched over me as I slept. She smiled that smile parents give when they're humoring you. "That was quite a fever dream," she said, stroking my hair. "Fevers can make you hallucinate some pretty strange things." "But Mom, it wasn't a dream," I insisted. "They were right there. They told me to drink water." "And that was good advice," she said. "You were probably dehydrated from the fever. Your brain just created these visitors to get you to do what your body needed." I tried to argue, but she was so certain, so logical about it all. And with the morning light filling my room, making everything normal again, even I started to doubt what I'd seen. But here's the thing, I've had fever dreams before and since then. I know what they feel like. They're chaotic and nonsensical, jumping from one weird scenario to another. What happened that night wasn't like that at all. It was focused, coherent. Those orbs had purpose. Later that day, my mom mentioned to the doctor that my fever had broken overnight, and he seemed relieved, but not surprised. "The antibiotics finally kicked in," he said. "But he did mention something that still haunts me. It's good you kept her hydrated. Pneumonia with high fevers can cause severe dehydration, which can be dangerous, especially in children. I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was just a hallucination. Maybe my subconscious knew I needed water and created these entities to make me get up and drink. Maybe. But sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I remember the weight of their presence in my room. The authority in that voice. The way they watched over me until I was safe. I wasn't spiritual before this happened, and I'm still not sure what I believe. But I know what I experienced was real, at least to me. And sometimes I wonder, if they hadn't appeared that night, if they hadn't forced me to drink all that water, would I have made it to morning? It's been over 15 years, and I've never seen those orbs again. I never want to be that sick again. But part of me wonders if they're still out there somewhere, watching, waiting to appear to someone else who needs them. I still can't explain what they were or why they came to me. All I know is that one night, when I was at my sickest, something impossible happened in my bedroom. And whatever those things were, whatever their reason for appearing, I think they saved my life. Story 7. I never used to believe in ghosts. That was before my deployment to Hawaii, before those nights in Barracks 217. I still struggle to explain what happened to me there. Writing this is hard because part of me still wants to convince myself I was just sleep-deprived or stressed out. But I know what I experienced was real. I feel this need to get it all out, maybe so I don't feel so alone with it anymore. I enlisted in the Marines right after high school. Nothing special about my story. Small-town kid wanting to see the world, serve my country, all that. After basic and specialized training, I got stationed at Marine Corps Base Hawaii on Oahu. The base itself is beautiful, right on Kaneohe Bay, with the mountains in the background. Postcard perfect. But the barracks, that was a different story. Our barracks was this 3-story concrete building constructed sometime in the 60s. You could tell just by looking at it. The whole place had this permanent smell, like old sweat mixed with industrial cleaning products that never quite masked what was underneath. The walls were this faded yellowish color that I'm pretty sure used to be white. Window AC units that rattled constantly and barely kept the place below 85 degrees. I was assigned to the 3rd floor, room 312. It was a standard setup. 2 beds, 2 wall lockers, a small attached bathroom. My roommate Torres worked night security shifts, so our schedules were basically opposite. I'd be coming back when he was heading out, and vice versa. This meant I spent most nights alone in the room, which was fine by me. I liked having the space to myself. I'd been there about 3 months when I started hearing things about the building's history. Nothing official, just stuff passed down from one group of Marines to the next. Apparently, a guy had hung himself in one of the 3rd floor rooms back in 2017. Then in 2019, someone OD'd in the basement laundry room. The Corps never officially acknowledges this stuff, but everyone knew. Some guys said there were more deaths than just those 2, but those were the only ones I heard confirmed by people who'd been stationed there when they happened. I never gave it much thought. Old buildings have histories. People die. It's sad, but it happens. I wasn't the type to get spooked by ghost stories until that night in June. I remember it was a Thursday because I'd just finished my weekly call with my parents. It was around 2200 hours, and I was getting ready for bed. Torres had left for his shift about an hour earlier. I'd just brushed my teeth and was lying in bed scrolling through my phone when I heard it, this shuffling sound coming from the bathroom. At first, I figured it was the building settling or maybe the pipes. These old places make noises, but then it continued, this slow, deliberate shuffling like someone dragging their feet across the tile floor. Back and forth, back and forth. I froze, my thumb hovering over my phone screen. The bathroom door was partially open, and I could see into it from where I was lying. There was nothing there, just the dim outline of the shower curtain and sink in the darkness. But the shuffling continued. "Torres," I called out, thinking maybe he'd forgotten something and come back. No answer. I was about to get up and check when this feeling washed over me, this overwhelming sense that I was being watched. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I felt cold despite the warmth of the room. It wasn't just in my head, it was physical, like when you can feel someone standing behind you even though you can't see them. I couldn't move. I literally could not make my body get up. It was like I was paralyzed by fear, which isn't something I'd ever experienced before. I'm not a small guy, 6'2", 210 pounds, trained by the Marine Corps. But in that moment, I felt completely helpless. The shuffling continued for maybe another minute, then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was almost worse. I lay there for what felt like hours, staring at the ceiling, afraid to look around the room. Eventually, I managed to reach over and turn off my lamp. I don't know why. Maybe part of me thought if I couldn't see whatever it was, it couldn't see me either. Stupid, I know. I must have fallen asleep at some point because the next thing I remember is waking up to this sound, this horrible groaning, gurgling noise, like someone trying to speak underwater. I opened my eyes and immediately knew something was wrong. The room felt heavy, like the air itself had weight to it. Then I heard the shuffling again, only this time it wasn't coming from the bathroom. It was right next to my bed, 2 feet away at most. I held my breath, trying not to make a sound. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure whatever was there could hear it. The shuffling stopped, and then I felt the mattress depressed beside me, like something, was sitting on the edge of my bed. I could feel the weight of it, the springs compressed with a slight creak. I could even feel the shift as my body rolled slightly toward the depression. This wasn't my imagination. This was happening. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing whatever it was to go away. But then I felt the mattress shift again, like the weight was leaning toward me. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to look. I turned my head and opened my eyes. Nothing. The weight on the mattress was still there. I could still feel it, but there was nothing visible causing it. As I watched, the depression slowly lifted, and the mattress returned to normal. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat up with my back against the wall, lights on, waiting for Torres to come back. When he finally did, around 0700, I didn't tell him anything. What was I supposed to say? "Hey man, I think a ghost sat on my bed last night. Marines don't talk like that. We're supposed to be tough, unfazed by anything." So I kept it to myself. Over the next few days, I tried to convince myself it had been a dream, or maybe sleep paralysis. I'd heard about that, where you're half awake and hallucinate stuff while being unable to move. That had to be it, right? But deep down, I knew better. The physical sensation of that weight on my mattress was too real, too specific to have been imagined. I started dreading nighttime. I'd stay in the common areas as late as possible, watching TV or playing video games with other guys until I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. Then I'd go back to my room and leave all the lights on, including the bathroom light. I even started sleeping with my combat knife under my pillow. Not that it would do any good against whatever it was, but it made me feel a little better. 2 weeks passed with nothing unusual happening. I started to relax, thinking maybe it had been a one-time thing. Then came my turn for duty. In the barracks, we rotate through duty assignments. One night every few weeks, you have to be the duty NCO, basically meaning you stay up all night, make rounds of the building, and handle any issues that come up. You're stationed in this little office we call the duty hut on the first floor. My shift started at 1800 on a Tuesday. It was pretty standard. I checked IDs as people came in, made my rounds at 2000, 2200 and 000. Nothing unusual. The barracks was quiet that night. Most guys were either out or already asleep. Around 0100, I was sitting in the duty hut catching up on some paperwork when I saw something move in my peripheral vision. I looked up just in time to see someone round the corner into the common room. Just a glimpse. The back of someone in a green t-shirt. "Hey!" I called out. "Curfew check." No response. This wasn't unusual. Guys try to sneak in after curfew all the time, especially if they've been drinking off base. I got up and walked to the common room, expecting to find some drunk PFC trying to act sober. The room was empty. There were 2 exits, the one I'd just come through and another leading to the stairwell. I figured whoever it was had made a run for the stairs, so I went that way. The stairwell was empty too. I listened for footsteps going up, but heard nothing. Whatever, I muttered to myself. If someone wanted to play games, I didn't have the energy to chase them around the building. I headed back to the duty hut. What I saw when I got there made my blood run cold. All the logbooks and binders that had been neatly stacked on the desk were now scattered across the floor, papers everywhere. The desk chair was pushed against the far wall. My coffee mug had been moved from the desk to the windowsill. I stood in the doorway, trying to process what I was seeing. My first thought was that someone was messing with me, some kind of prank, but I'd been gone less than 2 minutes and I hadn't seen or heard anyone. And why would someone risk getting in serious trouble just to mess up some paperwork? I looked at the window. It was open about 6 inches. Maybe the wind had knocked everything over. But that didn't explain the chair being moved or my mug on the windowsill. And there was barely any breeze that night. I started picking everything up, trying to ignore the feeling that was creeping up my spine. That same feeling of being watched that I'd experienced in my room weeks earlier. As I was gathering papers, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. Not gradually, but all at once, like walking into a freezer. My breath fogged in front of my face. "Hello?" I said, feeling stupid even as the word left my mouth. "Is someone there?" The only answer was the soft hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. But the feeling of a presence was overwhelming. Whatever had been in my room that night was here now, watching me. I forced myself to keep picking up the papers, keeping my eyes on my task, even as every instinct screamed at me to run. Then I heard it, that same shuffling sound coming from just behind me. I spun around, nothing, but the sound continued, moving around me in a circle. The temperature dropped even further. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the papers I'd just collected. "What do you want?" I whispered, surprising myself. I hadn't planned to speak to it. The shuffling stopped. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then directly in my ear, I heard that gurgling, groaning sound again, only this time it almost sounded like words, like someone trying desperately to communicate through a mouthful of liquid. I couldn't take it anymore. I bolted out of the duty hut into the hallway, nearly colliding with Staff Sergeant Miller, who was coming down the stairs. "Whoa, Matthews!" he said, grabbing my shoulders to steady me. "Where's the fire?" I must have looked as terrified as I felt, because his expression quickly changed from annoyed to concerned. "You okay, Corporal? You look like you've seen a ghost." I almost laughed at how accurate that was, but I couldn't tell him the truth. Instead, I mumbled something about thinking I heard someone breaking curfew and getting startled when he came down the stairs. He gave me a strange look, but didn't press the issue. After checking that everything was okay, he went back upstairs. I spent the rest of my shift standing in the hallway outside the duty hut, only going in when absolutely necessary. When my replacement showed up at 600, I practically ran back to my room. Torres was asleep when I got there. I sat on the edge of my bed, exhausted but too wired to sleep. What was happening to me? Was I losing my mind, or was something in this building targeting me specifically? I finally lay down, planning to just rest for a bit before breakfast. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I heard a whisper directly above me. "Found you." I jerked upright, heart pounding. Torres stirred but didn't wake up. I looked around the room, expecting to see something, but there was nothing. Just the same old yellow walls, the same cheap furniture, the same morning sunlight filtering through the blinds. But I knew what I'd heard, and I knew with absolute certainty that whatever had been in the duty hut, whatever had sat on my bed that night, had followed me back to my room. It had found me. Over the next few days, the incidents escalated. Items in my room would move when I wasn't looking. My toothbrush would be in a different spot. My boots lined up neatly when I'd left them scattered. My clothes folded when I'd tossed them in my locker. Little things that I could almost convince myself I was misremembering. Except I knew I wasn't. The temperature drops became more common. Sometimes just in one corner of the room, sometimes the entire space. The feeling of being watched was constant now, like a physical weight pressing against my skin. Torres noticed something was wrong, but attributed it to stress. He'd catch me staring at empty corners or jumping at normal building sounds. "Dude, you need to get more sleep," he'd say. "You're getting jumpy as hell." I tried talking to a couple other guys who'd been in the barracks longer, casually asking if they'd ever experienced anything strange in the building. Most just shrugged it off. But one guy, Rodriguez, got really quiet. He asked me which room I was in. When I told him 312, he nodded slowly. "That was William's room," he said, "the guy who hung himself." I felt sick. "Are you serious?" Rodriguez nodded again. "Yeah, found him in the bathroom, hung from the shower rod." The bathroom, where I'd first heard the shuffling. "Has anyone else reported anything weird in that room?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Rodriguez gave me a long look. "You seeing shit, Matthews?" I backpedaled immediately. "No, man, just heard some rumors." He seemed to buy it, but before he walked away, he said something that still haunts me. "If something's in there with you, don't acknowledge it. Don't talk to it. Pretending you don't notice makes it weaker." But it was too late for that. I'd already asked it what it wanted. I'd already made contact. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep despite being exhausted. Torres was on duty, so I was alone again. The room was silent except for the hum of the AC unit. I'd left all the lights on, including the bathroom light, but it didn't make me feel any safer. Around midnight, the bathroom light began to flicker. On, off, on, off. Then it went out completely. The darkness from the bathroom seemed to spill out into the main room, darker than normal darkness, if that makes any sense, like it had substance. Then came the shuffling. Slow at first, then faster, moving from the bathroom toward my bed. I could track the sound as it approached, getting closer and closer until it stopped right beside me. I felt cold breath on my face. Not just cool air, actual breath with moisture in it. Something leaned over me. I could feel the pressure in the air change, feel the presence looming above me. The gurgling sound came again, right above my face, but this time I could make out words within the liquid noise. "You're in my place." I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even close my eyes as I felt droplets of something cold and wet fall onto my cheeks and forehead. I was paralyzed with a level of fear I didn't know was possible. Then, mercifully, I passed out. I woke up the next morning to Torres shaking me. "Dude, you okay? You were screaming in your sleep." I sat up, disoriented. The bathroom light was on, working perfectly. There was no sign of anything unusual in the room. I touched my face, expecting to feel wetness, but there was nothing there. "Bad dream," I muttered, though I knew it hadn't been a dream. That was 3 days ago. I haven't slept more than an hour at a time since then. I've requested a room change, citing personal issues with my roommate as the reason, but the housing office said there's nothing available right now. I'm stuck in room 312 for at least another month. Last night, I heard the shuffling again. It circled my bed for hours. When I finally got up the courage to turn my phone's flashlight on and look around, the shuffling stopped. But when I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face, I saw something in the mirror that I'll never forget. It wasn't my reflection looking back at me. It was someone else. A young guy in a Marine PT uniform, his face bloated and discolored, his eyes bloodshot. Around his neck was a dark red line. He stared at me for maybe 3 seconds, then the image rippled and disappeared, replaced by my own terrified face. I'm writing this now from the 24-hour McDonald's just off base. I can't go back to that room tonight. I don't know what this thing wants from me, but I know it's getting stronger, more visible, more able to affect the physical world. All I know is that something found me in Barracks 217, and I don't think it's going to let me go. Story 8. I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural. Ghost stories were just entertainment, something to laugh about over a campfire. At least that's what I thought until last month, when my wife and I took what was supposed to be a relaxing 4-day cruise to the Bahamas. We'd been saving up for this trip for almost a year. Sarah had been stressed at work, and I thought a short getaway would help us both unwind. The cruise line wasn't one of those massive floating cities. It was a smaller ship with about 800 passengers, which felt more intimate and relaxing. We boarded on a Thursday afternoon in Miami, excited for a long weekend of sunshine, good food, and no responsibilities. Our cabin was on deck 6 midship. Nothing fancy, just a standard interior stateroom with no windows. We figured we wouldn't spend much time in the room anyway, so why waste money on a balcony? The room was small but comfortable. A queen bed, tiny bathroom, and just enough space to move around without constantly bumping into each other. The first day was perfect. We explored the ship, had a couple of drinks by the pool, and enjoyed a nice dinner at the main restaurant. We even ran into our friends Mike and Jen, who we knew were on the same cruise, but hadn't coordinated cabin locations with. After the evening show, Sarah and I headed back to our cabin around 11:30 p.m., exhausted from the day's activities and the gentle rocking of the ship. I fell asleep almost immediately. The ship's gentle movement was actually pretty soothing once you got used to it. I'm not sure exactly what time it was when I first heard it, but my phone later showed 2:13 a.m. when I checked. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was loud and deliberate, 3 distinct knocks on our cabin door. I figured it was just someone who had the wrong room. The hallways on cruise ships all look identical, and people often get confused after a night of drinking. I was about to drift back to sleep when it came again. Knock, knock, knock. Same rhythm, same intensity. Sarah stirred beside me. "Who's that?" she mumbled, half asleep. "Probably just someone drunk at the wrong door," I whispered. Then a third sequence. Knock, knock, knock. The precision of it was unsettling. Each knock was exactly the same volume and tempo as the ones before. No variation, no hesitation. "Wrong room!" I called out, loud enough to be heard through the door, but not so loud as to wake neighboring cabins. Silence followed. Sarah rolled over and quickly fell back asleep, but I lay awake for at least another half hour, listening. Just as I was finally drifting off again, I heard it once more. 3 more perfect knocks. I decided not to respond this time, and after a minute or two, there were no more disturbances. The next morning over breakfast, I mentioned the knocking to Sarah. "That was weird, right? 3 sets of 3 knocks?" She nodded, buttering her toast. "Probably just someone confused or drunk or both." I laughed it off, but something about those knocks had felt intentional, not random at all. We spent day 2 enjoying the ship's amenities, lounging by the pool, trying our luck at the casino, and taking a cocktail mixing class. We met up with Mike and Jen for dinner, and I casually asked what deck their cabin was on. "We're on deck 8 forward," Mike said. "You guys?" "Deck 6, midship," I replied, not giving our exact cabin number. Something made me hesitant to share that detail. We had a great evening, ending with drinks at the ship's nightclub. By the time we got back to our cabin, it was nearly 1 a.m. I was a little tipsy and fell asleep quickly, hoping the solid night's rest I needed wouldn't be interrupted. But at 2:07 a.m., I checked my phone immediately this time. It started again. Knock, knock, knock. I sat up instantly, fully awake. Sarah groaned beside me. "Knock, knock, knock." "What the hell?" I whispered. "Knock, knock, knock." This time, I wasn't going to just shout through the door. I jumped out of bed, pulled on a t-shirt, and moved to the door. I pressed my eye against the peephole, but the hallway was dim, and I couldn't see anyone. I waited a few seconds, then quickly yanked the door open, expecting to catch someone walking away. The hallway was completely empty. I stepped out and looked both ways. Nothing, not a single person in sight. The hallway stretched at least 100 feet in both directions, with no alcoves or hiding spots. Whoever had knocked would have had to sprint to get out of sight that quickly, and they would have made noise. The hallway floor had that typical cruise ship carpeting that doesn't exactly muffle footsteps. I stood there for a moment, confused, then went back inside. Sarah was sitting up in bed now. "Was anyone there?" she asked. "No," I said, "not a soul." "Maybe it was the cabin next door," she suggested. But I knew what I'd heard. The knocking was clearly on our door, not the wall or neighboring doors. Besides, the sound was too loud, too deliberate to be coming from anywhere else. I got back in bed, but I couldn't sleep. I kept listening for more knocks, but none came. Eventually, I dozed off sometime after 4 a.m. The next day, day 3 of our cruise, I felt off, tired and on edge. When we passed our cabin steward in the hallway, I stopped him. "Excuse me, but has anyone reported any disturbances on this deck? Knocking on doors late at night?" He looked confused. "No, sir, no reports of that. Is someone bothering you?" I explained briefly about the knocking. "That's very strange," he said. "I can report it to security if you like." I considered it, but decided against it. What would I say? That someone was knocking on our door and then vanishing? It sounded ridiculous even to me. "No, that's okay. Just curious if anyone else mentioned it." During lunch, I saw a couple we'd chatted with at the pool who had a cabin a few doors down from ours. I casually asked if they'd heard any strange knocking at night. They hadn't. Neither had another couple we spoke with from the same deck. I tried to put it out of my mind as we enjoyed our 3rd day at sea. We had booked an excursion for the next day when we docked in Nassau, and I was looking forward to getting off the ship for a while. That evening, I told Sarah I wanted to try something. "I'm going to wait up tonight," I said. "I want to catch whoever is doing this." She rolled her eyes. "Tom, it's probably just the ship creaking or something. Cruise ships make all kinds of noises. 3 sets of 3 distinct knocks in the exact same pattern 2 nights in a row at almost the exact same time? That's not random ship noises." She couldn't argue with that logic, but still thought I was overreacting. Nevertheless, she agreed to my plan. We went to bed around midnight, but I stayed awake, sitting up against the headboard, scrolling through my phone. Sarah fell asleep almost immediately. At 2:11 a.m., right on cue, knock, knock, knock. I was already moving before the 3rd knock finished, jumping out of bed and rushing to the door. I pressed my eye to the peephole again. Nothing. Knock, knock, knock. I could feel the vibration of the knocks through the door. Someone was definitely out there. I grabbed the handle, ready to yank it open after the 3rd set of knocks. Knock, knock, knock. I threw the door open. Empty hallway. Not a single person in sight. But this time, I noticed something else that made my blood run cold. There wasn't just an absence of people. There was an absence of anything that could have made that sound. The hallway lights were dim, but sufficient to see clearly. No one could have gotten away that fast. And there was something else I hadn't noticed before. There was no shadow of feet visible in the gap under the door, where light from the hallway should have shown someone standing there. I stepped back into the room, genuinely shaken now. Sarah was sitting up, looking concerned. "No one again?" she asked. I shook my head. "But that's not possible. I was right at the door. They knocked 3 times and I opened it immediately. No one could have gotten away that fast." "Maybe it's coming from inside the walls," she suggested. "Some kind of plumbing issue?" But we both knew that wasn't it. The knocks were clearly on the wooden door, not the walls. They were deliberate, rhythmic, and disturbingly consistent. I didn't sleep much that night. In the morning, I went to the front desk and asked to speak with security. A polite officer listened to my story. but I could tell from his expression that he thought I was just hearing normal ship noises and overreacting. "We can do a patrol of your hallway tonight if you'd like," he offered. I thanked him but declined. Something told me they wouldn't find anything. That afternoon I tracked down Mike and Jen during trivia in the ship's lounge. "Hey, weird question," I said, pulling them aside. "You guys haven't been playing a prank on us, have you? Like knocking on our cabin door at night?" They looked genuinely confused. "No, why would we do that?" Jen asked. "And we don't even know which cabin you're in," Mike added. I believed them. Besides, the timing wouldn't work. We'd all been together until after 1 a.m. the second night, and the knocking had started at 2:07. As our final evening on the cruise approached, I felt a growing sense of dread. This was our last night on board, before docking back in Miami the next morning. Part of me was relieved, but another part felt like whatever was happening wasn't finished yet. During dinner, I told Sarah my decision. "Tonight, no matter what happens, we're not opening that door." She nodded, looking more concerned than skeptical now. She'd seen how the experience was affecting me. We returned to our cabin around 11 p.m., packed most of our belongings for disembarkation the next morning, and got into bed. Despite my exhaustion, I couldn't sleep. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, waiting. 2:04 a.m. Knock, knock, knock. I grabbed Sarah's hand under the covers. She was awake too. Knock, knock, knock. The sound seemed louder tonight, more insistent. I could almost feel a presence on the other side of the door, not just someone standing there, something waiting to be invited in. Knock, knock, knock. "Don't answer it," Sarah whispered, squeezing my hand tightly. "I'm not going to," I assured her. We waited in tense silence for several minutes, but there were no more knocks. Eventually, Sarah fell back asleep, but I remained awake until dawn, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching, waiting. The next morning, we disembarked, relieved to be back on solid ground. I tried to tell myself it was over, just a strange experience on a cruise ship that we'd laugh about someday. But that night, back in our own home, I had the most intense dream of my life. In the dream, I woke up in our bedroom. Everything looked normal, but the colors were unnaturally vivid. I got out of bed and walked around the room, touching the furniture, feeling the texture of the curtains. Everything felt hyper-real. Then I woke up again, still in the dream, but now aware I had been dreaming about waking up. This nested awakening was disorienting, unlike anything I'd ever experienced. And with this second awakening came a presence. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it watching me, assessing me. It wasn't neutral like other unexplainable experiences I've had throughout my life. Those had always felt benign, maybe curious, but not threatening. This was different. This presence felt malevolent, like something that had been trying to find a way in and was frustrated that I hadn't opened the door. I jerked awake for real this time, covered in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break through my ribs. Sarah was still sleeping peacefully beside me. I checked the time. 2:09 a.m. It's been 3 weeks since the cruise, and I haven't had any more dreams like that one. But sometimes, right as I'm drifting off to sleep, I think I hear it faintly, almost imperceptibly. Knock, knock, knock. I've researched maritime superstitions, hauntings on cruise ships, and anything else that might explain what happened. I've found stories about phantom knocking, usually associated with someone trying to gain entry. In most traditions, you're not supposed to answer the third set of knocks. We got lucky. I answered after the first and second nights knocking, but nothing came in. On the third night, when the entity's power would have been strongest, we kept the door closed. I don't know what was knocking on our cabin door for those 3 nights. I don't know what would have happened if we'd opened the door after the third set of knocks on that final night. And I don't know if it followed us home somehow, or if that dream was just my brain processing the experience. But I do know this. If you're on a cruise and hear 3 sets of 3 knocks in the middle of the night, don't open the door. Some things are meant to stay on the other side. Story 9. I still can't sleep well, even though it's been almost 2 months since I got back from what was supposed to be just another school service trip. Every time I close my eyes, I see their eyes staring back at me. Those eyes weren't right, weren't natural. And the howling, God, the howling still rings in my ears some nights. I guess I should start from the beginning. My name is Miguel Martinez, and I'm a senior at Westlake High. Our school has this mandatory service learning program where we travel to help communities in need. Most kids get assigned to rebuild houses in flood zones or tutor kids in underserved schools. My group got sent to a small rural town called San Isidro in the mountains of Guatemala. When our teacher, Mr. Reyes, announced the destination, everyone groaned. We'd be gone for a week, staying with local farmers, helping them dig irrigation trenches. No electricity most of the time, no Wi-Fi, definitely no air conditioning, just hard physical labor in the middle of nowhere. I wasn't thrilled either, but whatever, it beat sitting in calculus. Plus, I speak decent Spanish because of my grandparents, so Mr. Reyes made me one of the group translators. We arrived after a 7-hour bus ride from Guatemala City, the last 2 hours on dirt roads so bumpy I thought my teeth would rattle out of my head. San Isidro was tiny, maybe 50 houses clustered around a small church and central plaza, surrounded by cornfields and coffee plantations stretching up into the mountains. The first thing I noticed were the dogs. Every town in Latin America has street dogs, but these were different. There were so many of them, dozens just lounging around the plaza or trotting down the streets. They weren't aggressive or barking, just watching, always watching. The second thing that hit me, they all looked weirdly similar, like some strange breed I'd never seen before. Medium-sized, with this dusty, grey-brown fur, lean bodies and pointy ears. But it was their eyes that really freaked me out. Amber-colored and way too intelligent-looking. Our group of 15 students was split up among different host families. I stayed with the Morales family, a farmer named Joaquin, his wife Eleanor, and their 3 kids. They were nice enough, but something felt off from the start. Their house was simple, concrete floor, tin roof, a couple of bedrooms with curtains for doors. They gave me a cot in the main room. That first night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to scratching at the front door. I figured it was just one of those street dogs, but then I heard Elena get up and whisper something. I pretended to be asleep, but peeked through half-closed eyes as she placed a small bowl of something by the door. She mumbled what sounded like a prayer, then quickly went back to her room. The next morning at breakfast, I asked about all the dogs in town. The whole family got quiet. Finally, Joaquin said, "Don't pay attention to them. They're just strays." But the way they all avoided eye contact told me there was more to it. We started working that day, digging irrigation channels from the nearby stream to the fields. The work was exhausting, swinging pickaxes and shovels in the hot sun for hours. Around midday, I noticed one of those grey dogs sitting at the edge of the field, just staring at us. Not panting, not lying down like dogs normally do in the heat. Just sitting perfectly still, watching. My friend Danny nudged me. "That dog is creeping me out. It hasn't moved for like an hour." I nodded. "Yeah, and notice how it's looking right at us? Normal dogs don't maintain eye contact like that." Mr. Reyes overheard us and walked over. "Focus on your work. We need to finish this section today." But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When I looked up again, there were 3 dogs at the edge of the field, all sitting in the exact same position. That night at dinner, I tried again to ask about the dogs. Elena's youngest son, maybe 7 years old, started to say something, but she quickly shushed him. After the kids went to bed, I helped Elena wash dishes and decided to be more direct. "The dogs here seem different," I said in Spanish. "They watch people in a strange way." Elena's hands froze in the soapy water. She looked around as if making sure no one could hear, even though we were alone in the kitchen area. "Miguel," she whispered, "never look them in the eyes. Never. It's bad luck." "Why? What happens?" She dried her hands on her apron. "They are not normal dogs. They've been here since before I was born, the same ones. They don't age, they don't die." I thought I'd misunderstood her Spanish. "The same dogs? That's impossible. Dogs only live like 15 years. "Not these," she said, making the sign of the cross. "These have been here since the troubles in the 60s. She wouldn't say more, just told me to go to bed and keep my questions to myself. I stayed awake for hours that night, listening to the occasional howl in the distance. The third day was when things got really weird. We were digging deeper trenches near the edge of town, taking turns with the shovels. I was down in a trench about 5 feet deep when my shovel hit something soft. At first, I thought it was just a pocket of mud, but when I cleared away more dirt, I saw fur. "Hey, I think there's a dead animal down here," I called up to the others. A couple of my classmates and Mr. Reyes peered down into the hole. I kept digging carefully now, exposing more of what looked like a dog buried in the dirt. Then suddenly, the dirt shifted, and the thing moved. I jumped back, nearly dropping my shovel. The soil erupted as a dog, one of those same grey dogs, crawled out of the earth, shook itself off, and stared directly into my eyes. I couldn't move. It was like time stopped. The dog's amber eyes locked with mine, and I swear to God, I felt something pass between us, some kind of understanding or recognition. It felt like it was searching for something in me or trying to communicate. My chest got tight, and I couldn't breathe. The moment broke when Danny screamed. The dog calmly climbed out of the trench and trotted away, unhurried, like it hadn't just emerged from what should have been its grave. Everyone was freaking out. Mr. Reyes kept saying it must have fallen in overnight and gotten covered with loose dirt, but that was bullshit. We'd been digging that spot since morning. That dog had been buried at least 3 feet down. Work stopped early that day. Back in town, a few of us cornered one of the older men, Fernando, who spoke some English. At first, he didn't want to talk, but after we described what happened, he sighed deeply and led us to his porch. "You shouldn't have come here during full moon week," he said, lighting a cigarette with shaky hands. "The dogs get restless." "What's the deal with these dogs?" I asked. "Our host family acts weird whenever we mention them." Fernando took a long drag. "They are not dogs," he said simply. "They are the lost ones." He explained that in the late 1960s, after the president was assassinated, the military swept through regions suspected of harboring rebels. San Isidro was one of those places. One night, soldiers rounded up dozens of men from the village and the surrounding farms, anyone they suspected of sympathizing with the opposition. "They took them to the old cemetery," Fernando said, pointing to hills beyond the town. "Made them dig a big hole. Then they shot them all and buried them there. My father and uncle were among them." We sat in stunned silence. This wasn't in any of our pre-trip materials. "A few weeks later," he continued, "the dogs appeared. No one had seen this kind of dog before. They came from the direction of the mass grave, and people noticed there were exactly as many dogs as men who had been killed." "That's just a coincidence," Danny said, but her voice wavered. Fernando shook his head. "My mother swore until her dying day that one of those dogs had my father's eyes. She recognized them instantly." He took another drag. "The priest said their souls couldn't rest because of how they died, so they came back in these forms, trapped. They've been here ever since, the same ones, never aging, never dying." "That's impossible," I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I remembered the dog's eyes from the trench, the intelligence behind them, the connection I felt. "Every full moon, at exactly 3 a.m., Fernando continued, They go to the cemetery and howl for 15 minutes, the exact time the massacre happened. They're begging for release. He warned us again, never look the dogs in the eyes. They're searching for help, for someone to free them, and if they think you can help, they'll follow you forever. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. Our group was staying together in the town's small schoolhouse for the last night before heading back to the city. Some kids were excited about the dog story, treating it like some cool local legend, but I kept thinking about the dog from the trench, how it had looked at me. I checked my phone, no signal of course, but it showed the date. It was a full moon that night. Around 2 a.m., most of my classmates were asleep on their sleeping bags spread across the classroom floor. I nudged Jason and Danny, who'd been as freaked out as me by Fernando's story. "We should check it out," I whispered. "The cemetery thing." Jason was immediately in, but Danny hesitated before agreeing. We decided not to wake the others. Mr. Reyes was sleeping in the teacher's office across the hall, and we definitely didn't want him knowing we were sneaking out. We crept out of the schoolhouse into the quiet town. The moon was huge and bright, casting everything in this eerie, silvery light. The houses were dark, no electricity, remember, but a few had candlelight flickering in windows. The plaza was empty. "What time is it?" Danny whispered. I checked my phone. 2:37 a.m. "Where are all the dogs?" Jason asked, looking around nervously. There were like dozens of them during the day. He was right. The town seemed completely deserted, not a dog in sight. We started walking toward the cemetery Fernando had pointed out, up a dirt path leading into the hills. It was maybe half a mile from town. About halfway there, Jason chickened out. "This is stupid," he said. "I'm going back." No amount of calling him a wuss would change his mind, so Danny and I continued alone, the path getting steeper as we climbed. When we reached the top of the hill, we saw the cemetery, just a small plot of land enclosed by a low stone wall, with a few weathered crosses and headstones. Beyond it was a larger open area, overgrown with weeds. "That must be where the mass grave is," I said, pointing to the overgrown section. Danny checked the time on her phone. "It's 2:55. If this is even real, they should be coming soon." We crouched behind the cemetery wall to wait. I remember feeling both scared and skeptical. Part of me expecting nothing to happen, part of me terrified that something would. At exactly 3 a.m., we heard the first howl from somewhere down the hill. It was answered immediately by another, then another, until the air was filled with howling from all directions. Looking down toward the town, I could see them. Dozens of those grey dogs, moving up the path toward the cemetery in a steady stream. "Holy shit," Danny whispered, gripping my arm so tight it hurt. "They're really coming." We pressed ourselves lower behind the wall as the first dogs reached the cemetery. They moved with an unnatural coordination, spacing themselves evenly as they entered through the gate and approached the overgrown area. I risked peeking over the wall again. There must have been at least 30 dogs now, all sitting in a perfect circle around what must have been the mass grave. And then, at exactly the same moment, they all raised their heads to the moon and began to howl. The sound was unlike anything I've ever heard, not like normal dog howling. It was more like wailing, like human crying distorted through animal throats. It made my skin crawl and brought tears to my eyes without me understanding why. There was so much pain in that sound. Danny was crying silently beside me. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. The howling continued, perfectly synchronized, rising and falling like some horrible choir, and then I saw it. While they howled, the air above the dogs seemed to shimmer like heat waves rising from hot pavement. But within that shimmer, I could almost make out human forms, transparent and wavering, rising from each dog's body. Shadowy men, their mouths open in the same wail as the dogs below them. I blinked hard, sure I was imagining it. But when I looked again, the shapes were clearer, Dozens of ghostly figures hovering above the howling dogs, reaching upward toward the moon. Their faces were contorted in expressions of such agony that I had to look away. Exactly 15 minutes after it started, at 3:15 a.m., the howling stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was almost as terrifying as the noise had been. I looked back over the wall. The shadowy figures were gone. The dogs sat in perfect stillness for a moment, and then, as if responding to some signal I couldn't perceive, they all turned their heads at once and looked directly at me. 30 pairs of amber eyes locked onto mine. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. One dog, the same one from the trench, I was certain, stood up and took a step toward us. "Run," I whispered to Danny. "Now!" We bolted down the path, not looking back. The image of those staring eyes burned into my mind. We ran all the way to the schoolhouse, practically falling through the door, gasping for breath. Jason was awake, looking worried. "What happened? Did you see anything?" We nodded, unable to speak. When I finally caught my breath, I told him what we'd witnessed. The synchronized howling, the shimmering figures above the dogs, and how they'd all turned to look at us at the exact same moment. "We need to leave," Danny said. "First thing tomorrow. This place isn't right." We agreed to stay awake until morning, too terrified to sleep. But eventually, exhaustion took over, and I must have dozed off because I jerked awake to sunlight streaming through the windows. Everyone was packing up, excited to be heading home. Danny looked as exhausted as I felt. "Did you see anything else after I fell asleep?" she asked quietly. I shook my head, but then remembered a detail that made my blood run cold. Sometime in those early morning hours, I'd woken briefly to the sound of scratching at the schoolhouse door. When I'd looked over, I saw a shadow pass by the window, a dog-shaped shadow. As we loaded our bags onto the bus, I scanned the plaza. There wasn't a single dog in sight. The town looked normal in the morning light, just a poor farming community going about its day. I almost could have convinced myself we'd imagined the whole thing. But as the bus pulled away, I looked back one last time. There, at the edge of town, sitting in a perfect line watching our departure, were the dogs. And in the center was the one from the trench, its amber eyes fixed directly on me. It's been 2 months now. I still have nightmares about those eyes, still wake up thinking I hear howling. Sometimes I think I see a grey dog out of the corner of my eye, but when I turn to look, there's nothing there, except yesterday. Yesterday I was walking home from school, and I saw it. A dusty grey-brown dog with pointed ears and amber eyes, sitting across the street from my house, just watching, waiting. I ran inside and locked the door. When I finally got the courage to look out the window an hour later, it was gone. But I know it'll be back. Those eyes found something in me that day in the trench. And now, whatever's trapped inside that animal form has followed me home, thousands of miles from San Isidro. I don't know what it wants from me. I don't know how to help those lost souls. But every night now, I wake up at exactly 3:15 a.m., feeling like something is scratching at my window, begging to be let in. Story 10. I've never told anyone this story outside of my immediate family. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this. What happened that night at St. Catherine's Catholic Dormitory changed me forever, and I still can't explain it no matter how much I've tried. I was a junior at St. Catherine's Academy in Westville. Finals week was kicking our butts, and everyone was stressed beyond belief. Sister Margaret, our dorm supervisor, had extended study hall hours until midnight to give us extra time to prepare. That night, May 17th, 2018, I remember the date because it was exactly 1 week before my advanced biology final. I was the last one in the study hall. I'd lost track of time working on my notes when I looked up and realized it was already 12:30 a.m. The building was eerily quiet. Most girls had gone to bed hours ago. I quickly packed up my stuff, feeling that familiar unease that comes with being alone in a big, old building at night. St. Catherine's was built in 1908, and the dormitory wing was even older. Lots of girls had stories about weird things happening, especially at night, but I never paid much attention to them. The walk back to my room on the 3rd floor was creepy. The hallway lights were dimmed for night hours, and the old wooden floorboards creaked under my footsteps. Our dorm building had these tall windows that let in just enough moonlight to cast long shadows across the floor. I hurried, not wanting to be caught out after curfew, even though Sister Margaret knew I was studying late. When I got to my room, 307, I turned the knob as quietly as possible. My roommate Jessica was already asleep, which wasn't surprising. She was the type who could fall asleep at 9 p.m. sharp, while I was always a night owl. The room was dark except for the bluish glow from her phone charger. I could hear her steady breathing as I tiptoed in. I didn't turn on the main light. Instead, I used my phone flashlight to navigate to my dresser, grabbed my pajamas, and changed in our tiny bathroom. Jessica and I had been roommates since freshman year. She was from somewhere in Oregon, I think Portland or Eugene, and we got along well enough, though we weren't super close. She was into sports, volleyball and track, while I was more academic. After brushing my teeth, I came back into the room and settled into bed. I'd been reading my Bible before sleep every night since I was little, a habit my mum started me on. I turned on my small clip-on reading light, making sure it wasn't directed at Jessica's bed. The light was barely brighter than a nightlight, just enough to see the pages. I was reading Psalms, silently mouthing the words to myself. I remember I was on Psalm 91, the one about God being your refuge and fortress. Halfway through it, I got this overwhelming feeling that someone was staring at me. You know that sensation? When you just know someone's eyes are on you? I glanced up, and through my peripheral vision I saw Jessica. Her eyes were wide open. Not just open, wide open. Unnaturally so. And she was staring directly at me with this intensity that made my skin crawl. Jessica has these pale blue eyes that normally look friendly, but in that moment they looked almost colorless in the dim light. I was about to ask if she was okay when she slowly raised her right hand and pointed directly at me. Her finger was steady, unwavering, no tremble at all. Then she started speaking. The sounds coming out of her mouth weren't words, at least not in any language I recognized. It was like gibberish, but with a rhythm and cadence that made it sound like an actual language. Keth naratu vos entara mek is what it sounded like, but that's just my best attempt at recreating it. The syllables were harsh, guttural, and they came out in this monotone voice that didn't sound anything like Jessica's normal voice. "Jess," I whispered, clutching my Bible tighter. "Jessica, what are you doing?" She didn't respond to her name. Instead, the strange utterances grew louder, more aggressive. Her finger still pointed right at me, unwavering. I felt like I couldn't move, like I was paralyzed by her stare. "Jessica, stop it. This isn't funny," I said more firmly, trying to sound braver than I felt. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. "I'll go get Sister Margaret if you don't stop." No reaction, no acknowledgement. Just that same steady pointing and those strange sounds getting even more rapid and intense. I briefly wondered if she was having some kind of seizure or medical issue, but this didn't match anything I'd learned in health class. This was something else entirely. The temperature in the room seemed to drop suddenly. I'm not being dramatic. I could literally see my breath fogging in front of me. In May, in a heated building. The reading light flickered briefly, and I swear I saw shadows moving across the wall behind Jessica's bed. Desperation and fear finally broke my paralysis. I jumped out of bed and reached for her outstretched arm. Her skin was ice cold to the touch. I grabbed her hand and shook it hard. "Jessica, stop it right now!" The moment I touched her, she went quiet. Her arm slowly lowered and her eyes closed, just like that, like someone had flipped a switch. "Jessica!" I shook her shoulder. "Jess, wake up!" Nothing. She was completely unresponsive, but breathing normally as if deeply asleep. I checked her pulse. It was steady. Part of me wanted to run straight to Sister Margaret's room, but I was terrified of leaving Jessica alone and equally terrified of staying with her. I backed away to my bed, grabbed my phone, and almost called 911. But what would I say? My roommate pointed at me and spoke in tongues. They'd think I was crazy. Instead, I texted my mom, but it was 3:30 a.m. on the East Coast. She wouldn't see it until morning. For the rest of that night, I sat upright in my bed, back against the wall, Bible in my lap, reading passages out loud in a whisper. I didn't sleep. Not for a second. I kept the reading light on and watched Jessica like a hawk, flinching at every turn or movement she made in her sleep. The room remained freezing cold all night, even though I checked the thermostat and it read 72 degrees. When morning finally came, Jessica woke up normally, stretching and yawning like nothing had happened. The sunlight streamed through our thin curtains, and the room was warm again. I must have looked terrible, because the first thing she said was, "Whoa, Amelia, you look like you've seen a ghost. Did you pull an all-nighter?" My voice caught in my throat. Don't you remember anything from last night?" She looked genuinely confused. "No, I was out like a light after practice. Coach Turner killed us with sprints yesterday." I didn't know what to say. I mumbled something about bad dreams and headed straight to Sister Margaret's office before breakfast. Sister Margaret had been at St. Catherine's for over 30 years. She was in her 60s, stern but kind, with these wire-rimmed glasses she always wore on a chain around her neck. When I told her what happened, I expected her to dismiss it as a nightmare or stress hallucination. Instead, she got very quiet. She looked at me over her glasses and asked, "Has anything like this happened before with Jessica?" I shook my head. "Never. We've been roommates for almost 3 years." Sister Margaret sighed and took her glasses off completely, something she rarely did. "Amelia, I want you to keep this between us for now. Keep an eye on Jessica today. If anything else happens, anything at all, come straight to me, day or night." Her reaction scared me more than if she'd just laughed it off. "Sister, what do you think happened? Was she sleepwalking or something?" "Perhaps," she said, but I could tell she didn't believe that. St. Catherine's has stood for over a century, Amelia. Old places like this, they sometimes harbor old energies, not all of them benevolent. That day was awful. I couldn't concentrate in any of my classes. I kept nodding off and then jerking awake, terrified I'd see Jessica pointing at me again. During lunch, I noticed Jessica looked pale. She barely touched her food. When I asked if she was feeling okay, she said she had a headache that wouldn't go away. By evening study hall, Jessica was absent. I found out from her volleyball teammate that she'd gone to the nurse's office complaining of dizziness and nausea. Part of me was relieved I wouldn't have to face another night with her, but I also felt guilty for feeling that way. I went back to our room around 10 p.m. Jessica's bed was empty, and I learned she was spending the night in the infirmary. I should have been able to sleep peacefully, but every sound, the radiator clicking, the wind outside, other girls walking down the hall, made me jump. I finally drifted off around 2 a.m. out of sheer exhaustion. The next morning, Jessica still wasn't back. When I went to check on her in the infirmary before class, the nurse told me she'd had some kind of episode during the night. She wouldn't give me details, just said that they'd called Jessica's parents, and they were on their way to pick her up. I ran into Sister Margaret in the hallway between classes. She pulled me aside and whispered, "Jessica had another incident last night. The night nurse found her standing in the middle of the infirmary at 3 a.m., speaking unusually." "The same language?" I asked, my stomach dropping. Sister Margaret nodded gravely. "The school has contacted her family. They'll be arriving this afternoon. In the meantime, Father Donovan will be visiting the dormitory to perform a blessing." Over the next 2 days, things got weirder. Jessica's condition deteriorated rapidly. Her parents arrived Thursday afternoon looking stressed and pale. I overheard them talking with the school administrators, mentioning something about Jessica having similar episodes when she was much younger, but nothing for years. They took her home Friday morning. That weekend, Father Donovan and 2 other priests I didn't recognize went through the entire dormitory wing, sprinkling holy water in every room and saying prayers in Latin. Some girls thought it was just a normal blessing, but those of us who'd been at St. Catherine's longer knew better. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened, though the staff never discussed it openly. My roommate's bed stayed empty for the rest of the semester. I requested a new assignment, but with only 3 weeks left in the school year, administration told me to wait until fall. Those 3 weeks were the longest of my life. I slept with my Bible under my pillow and a rosary wrapped around my bedpost. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I'd wake up to that same bone-deep cold, even though it was late May and warming up outside. I never heard from Jessica again. Her Instagram and Facebook accounts went inactive. The school told us she'd transferred to finish her education closer to home. I tried texting her a few times, but her number had changed. The following year, I transferred to a public school back home. My parents didn't ask too many questions when I begged them to let me leave St. Catherine's, and I didn't volunteer the full story. Sometimes I wonder if Jessica's okay now. I wonder what was speaking through her that night, what wanted me to know it saw me, because that's what it felt like. Not just that Jessica was pointing at me, but that something else was recognizing me, acknowledging my presence. It's been 5 years, and I still sleep with a light on. I still wake up sometimes at exactly 3:17 a.m., the time when Jessica first started speaking that night. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear those same unintelligible whispers, like someone is standing right beside my bed pointing at me in the dark. Story 11. I've never shared this story with anyone online before. I'm not sure why I'm doing it now, except that I need to get it off my chest. I've carried this memory for over 30 years, and only recently discovered I wasn't the only one who experienced something that night. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. This happened back in 1983, when I was 11 years old. We lived in a small town called Millbrook, in a modest 2-story house that my parents had bought a few years earlier. It was a normal suburban neighborhood, you know, the kind with kids riding bikes in the street and parents chatting over backyard fences. That Friday evening, my aunt and uncle had come over for dinner. I was really excited because they always brought me cool gifts, and this time was no exception. They'd given me a small brown mouse as a pet. I'd been begging my parents for weeks to let me have one, and they finally caved when my aunt suggested it. I named him Whiskers. Yeah, really original, I know. And I had him in a small cardboard box until we could buy a proper cage the next day. I was showing off my new pet to everyone after dinner. My mom was cleaning up in the kitchen, while my dad, aunt, and uncle were sitting at the table having coffee. I was being super careful with Whiskers, letting him run around on the kitchen table under my supervision. That's when everything went wrong. My aunt made some joke about the mouse looking like it wanted to explore, and I laughed, but in that split second of distraction, Whiskers made a dash for freedom. He scurried across the table and jumped right off the edge. I lunged for him, but missed completely, knocking over my dad's coffee in the process. "Thomas!" my dad yelled as hot coffee spilled onto his lap. Everyone jumped up in confusion. In the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Whiskers disappearing under the kitchen cabinets. For the next 2 hours, we searched everywhere. We moved appliances, looked behind cabinets, set up little peanut butter traps, but Whiskers was gone. My parents tried to console me, saying he'd probably come out when he got hungry, but I was heartbroken. Eventually, my aunt and uncle had to leave, and I was left sitting on the kitchen floor, staring at the cabinet where I'd last seen him. "Come on, buddy," my dad said, helping me up. "We'll look again tomorrow." He can't have gone far. It was already past my usual bedtime, but it was Friday night, which meant I could stay up late watching TV with my parents. This was our family tradition, Friday night movies and popcorn. I wasn't in the mood for it that night, but I didn't want to be alone in my room either. I remember dozing off on the couch while my parents watched some boring adult movie. Mom threw a blanket over me at some point, and I guess they decided to just let me sleep there for the night rather than wake me up to go to my bedroom. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up. The house was completely silent and dark, except for the small nightlight in the kitchen. My parents had gone to bed and the TV was off. I lay there for a moment, trying to figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it, a faint scratching sound coming from the kitchen. Whiskers, I thought immediately. I threw off my blanket and tiptoed to the kitchen, careful not to make any noise that might scare him away. The kitchen was dimly lit by the night light, casting long shadows across the floor. I stood perfectly still, listening. There it was again, a scratching sound, and then I saw movement near the refrigerator. A small form darted across the floor. I dropped to my knees, squinting to get a better look. "Whiskers," I whispered. But as the small creature paused for a moment in the glow of the nightlight, I realized something was off. This mouse wasn't brown like Whiskers. It was completely white, almost glowing in the dim light. I was confused. Where had this white mouse come from? Had Whiskers somehow changed color? I knew that was impossible, but I was 11 and desperate to find my pet. Maybe this white mouse knew where Whiskers was. Maybe they were friends now. "Hey there," I whispered, inching closer. The white mouse stared at me with tiny pink eyes that seemed to gleam unnaturally bright in the darkness. It didn't run away like I expected. Instead, it just sat there, watching me, almost like it was waiting for something. I reached out slowly, hoping to catch it, but just as my fingers got close, it darted away, stopping a few feet further. I followed, crawling on my hands and knees. Again, I got close, and again it moved, just out of reach, always staying visible, always seeming to wait for me to follow. This strange game continued for what felt like forever. The white mouse led me around the kitchen island, under the table, along the baseboards. It never disappeared like Whiskers had. It always stayed just within sight, just out of reach. There was something off about how it moved, too. It was too deliberate, like it knew exactly what it was doing. I didn't notice at first, but we were gradually making our way out of the kitchen and toward the living room. The white mouse scurried ahead of me, stopping at the edge of the room, its little pink eyes fixed on me. I followed, my knees sore from crawling, but too invested in this chase to give up. That's when I noticed the front door. It was directly ahead, past the living room furniture, and something was wrong with it. There was light coming from underneath it, not the yellow porch light that my parents always left on, but a pale, bluish-white glow that seemed to pulse gently. As I stared at it, trying to understand what I was seeing, the door began to open. Slowly, silently, it swung inward, revealing not our front porch, but a wash of that same eerie light. I stopped moving, suddenly afraid. The white mouse scurried right up to the threshold of the open door, turned back to look at me, and then darted outside into the strange light. I should have been terrified. I should have run back to my parents' room and woken them up. But something about that light made it hard to think clearly. I felt drawn to it, and before I knew what I was doing, I was walking toward the open door. The front yard looked different, bathed in that pale light. The familiar shapes of bushes and trees seemed twisted and wrong somehow. The white mouse was there, waiting on the path that led to our driveway. When it saw me, it continued on, pausing every few feet to make sure I was following. I stepped outside, the cool night air raising goosebumps on my arms. I was only wearing my pajamas, a thin t-shirt and cotton pants, but I barely noticed the cold. All my attention was fixed on the white mouse as it led me across the front yard, and then turned, heading down the narrow passage between our house and the neighbor's fence. This side path was always dark and a little scary even during the day. At night, under normal circumstances, I would never have gone down there alone, but I wasn't thinking normally. I followed the mouse, stepping carefully over the uneven ground. We were about halfway to the backyard when something happened. It was like a fog lifted from my brain, and suddenly I could think clearly again. I stopped walking. The white mouse continued a few more steps, then turned to look at me, those pink eyes gleaming with what now seemed like intelligence and malice. For the first time, I felt real fear wash over me. What was I doing outside in the middle of the night? Why was I following this strange mouse that couldn't possibly be my pet? And that light, where was it coming from? I glanced back toward the front of the house. The door was still open, still surrounded by that unnatural glow. Then I looked ahead, toward our backyard, and what I saw froze the blood in my veins. The bluish light was stronger there, pulsating like a heartbeat, and within that light I could make out a shape, something tall and thin, waiting just around the corner where the path opened into the backyard. I couldn't see it clearly, just a darker shadow within the light, but I knew with absolute certainty that whatever it was, it wanted me to come to it. The white mouse was just bait, a lure to draw me in. Terror shot through me like an electric current. I turned and ran, sprinting back toward the front of the house, toward the open door. I could hear something behind me, not footsteps, but a sort of slithering, rustling sound that was gaining on me fast. I didn't look back. I focused only on the doorway ahead, the entrance to safety. I crossed the front yard in seconds and leaped through the open door, slamming it shut behind me with all my strength. The latch clicked into place, and I leaned against it, breathing hard, heart pounding in my chest. For a moment, everything was quiet. Then I felt it, a presence in the house with me. Not my parents, not Whiskers, not anything natural or normal. Whatever had been waiting in the backyard, whatever had sent the white mouse to lure me out, it had somehow followed me inside. I could feel it watching me, though I couldn't see anything in the darkened living room. The air felt heavy and electrically charged, like right before a thunderstorm. I wanted to scream for my parents, but my voice was stuck in my throat. Then the lights came. Small at first, like fireflies, they appeared in the air around me, tiny points of brilliant white light that started to spin and whirl. They moved faster and faster until they were streaks of luminescence circling me. I tried to move, but my feet wouldn't respond. I felt myself getting lighter, the floor seeming to fall away beneath me. I was floating, actually floating in the air, suspended about 3 feet off the ground in our living room, surrounded by these whirling lights. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but watch as the lights spun around me faster and faster. There was no pain, just a strange numbness and a distant feeling of dread. I don't remember anything after that. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on the couch, sunlight streaming through the windows, and my mom in the kitchen making breakfast. The TV was still off, the blanket was tangled around my legs, and everything looked completely normal. I sat up, disoriented, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had it all been a dream? It must have been. People don't just float in the air, doors don't open by themselves, and mice don't lead you into traps set by unknown entities. When my dad came in and asked if I wanted to help him look for Whiskers, I just nodded numbly. We spent most of Saturday searching the house, but we never found him. By Sunday, my parents had bought me a proper cage and a new mouse, a white one from the pet store. I refused to take it. I told them I didn't want a pet anymore. Life went on. We never talked about that night because I convinced myself it was just a nightmare. Kids have weird dreams all the time, right? I grew up, moved away for college, started my own life and family. That house and that night became distant memories until last month. I was visiting my mom. Dad passed away a few years ago. and we were looking through old photo albums. There was a picture of our old house in Millbrook, and I mentioned how I used to have nightmares about that place. "What kind of nightmares?" she asked, and something in her tone made me look up. There was a strange expression on her face, part concern, part fear. So I told her. For the first time in 30 years, I described that night with the white mouse, the opening door, the lights, and the floating. I expected her to laugh it off or look concerned about my mental health. Instead, she went pale. Her hands trembled as she set down the photo album. "Mum," I said, "what's wrong?" She looked at me with tears in her eyes. "I saw you that night," she whispered. "I got up to use the bathroom and heard a noise downstairs. When I looked over the banister, Tommy, you were floating in the air. There were lights all around you, spinning so fast they were just blurs. I was so scared I couldn't move at first. When I finally got the courage to come down and check on you, you were just sleeping on the couch like nothing had happened. I thought I was having some kind of waking nightmare. I never told your father. I never told anyone." We sat in silence for a long time after that. What could we say? For 30 years, we'd both carried this secret, each thinking we'd imagined it. Now we knew we hadn't. I still don't know what happened that night. Was it some kind of shared hallucination? A supernatural event? Something else entirely? All I know is that both my mother and I experienced something impossible, something that defies explanation. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that white mouse with its glowing pink eyes. I wonder if it's still out there somewhere, waiting to lead someone else down a dark path to whatever was waiting in that backyard. I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't run when I did, if I had followed it all the way to the end, and I wonder what exactly followed me back inside that night, and if in some way I can't understand, it's still with me. Story 12. I've never talked about this publicly before. I'm still not sure I should, but after keeping it bottled up for over 15 years, I think I need to get this off my chest. I moved to Donaldson, Tennessee back in 2005. I was starting grad school at Vanderbilt in Nashville and wanted to find somewhere affordable to live nearby. Nashville was getting expensive even back then, and a friend of a friend told me about this 2-bedroom duplex in Donaldson that was going for a decent price. The location was perfect, about 15 minutes from campus, close enough to a grocery store and in a quiet neighborhood. The landlord, Mr. Peterson, seemed like a normal enough guy, middle-aged, friendly but not overly chatty. He mentioned his mother lived in the other half of the duplex, but she kept to herself, and I probably wouldn't see her much. That was fine by me. I was 24 and planning to spend most of my time on campus anyway. The duplex itself wasn't anything special. Built sometime in the 70s, I'd guess. Beige carpeting throughout except for linoleum in the kitchen and bathroom. The walls were this off-white color that was probably meant to look clean, but just made everything feel a bit sterile. The layout was simple. Living room in the front, kitchen off to the side, a hallway leading to 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom in the back. I moved in on a Saturday in August. It was brutally hot, and by the time I'd unloaded my U-Haul, I was drenched in sweat. I spent that afternoon unpacking the essentials, ordered a pizza, and collapsed on my couch with a beer and a book. That's when it happened for the first time. I was reading, totally absorbed in my book, when I caught movement in my peripheral vision. It felt like someone walked past the hallway entrance. I looked up, but no one was there. I figured I was just tired from the move and went back to reading. A few minutes later, it happened again. That distinct feeling of someone walking by. Again I looked up. Again, nothing. I got up and checked the hallway, both bedrooms and the bathroom. Empty, of course. I even checked all the windows and doors to make sure they were locked. They were. I told myself it was probably shadows from cars passing by, or maybe some weird reflection. I was tired, in a new place. My mind was playing tricks on me. That's what I kept telling myself. That night, I had trouble falling asleep. The duplex made all those noises that houses make, creaking, settling, the hum of the refrigerator. Normal stuff. But I kept thinking I heard footsteps. Every time I'd start to drift off, I'd jerk awake, sure that someone was in my hallway. Around 3 a.m. I saw it clearly for the first time. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I saw a figure in my doorway. A woman, it looked like, though I couldn't make out any details in the darkness, just a silhouette. She seemed to be standing there, watching me. I froze, terrified, unable to call out or move. After what felt like forever but was probably only seconds, I fumbled for the lamp next to my bed. When the light came on, there was nobody there. I got up and searched the entire duplex again. Nothing was out of place. No doors or windows had been opened. I was alone. The next morning I felt stupid. I'd obviously been dreaming, or in that weird half-asleep state where your brain conjures up all sorts of nonsense. I made coffee, showered, and went about settling into my new place. I even introduced myself to my neighbor, Mr. Peterson's mom. Mrs. Peterson was probably in her 80s, tiny and frail-looking with thinning white hair. She smiled politely, but didn't seem interested in chatting. That was fine by me. Over the next few weeks, as classes started, I fell into a routine. I'd be at campus most days, come home in the evening, study, eat something, then go to bed. But the weird experiences didn't stop. I kept seeing that figure in my peripheral vision, always in the hallway, always just a glimpse before it disappeared. I'd be washing dishes and see someone pass behind me in the reflection of the kitchen window. I'd be watching TV and see movement by the hallway. Every time I'd look directly, there'd be nothing there. At night was when it got really bad. Almost every night, I'd see that woman standing in my doorway or at the foot of my bed. Sometimes she'd seem to be walking toward me, but she'd vanish when I turned on the light. I started sleeping with the TV on, hoping the noise and light would keep her away. It didn't help much. I considered telling someone, but what would I say? I think my duplex is haunted? I'd sound crazy. So I kept it to myself and tried to rationalize it. Stress from grad school, an overactive imagination. Maybe I needed more sleep. About 2 months after I moved in, I had some classmates over to work on a group project. We were sitting in the living room, laptops open, papers spread out on the coffee table. Everything was normal until Maria, one of my classmates, kept looking toward the hallway, getting increasingly distracted. "Is someone else here?" she finally asked. "No. Why?" I replied, my stomach dropping. I keep thinking I see someone walking down your hallway." The others looked up, confused. They hadn't noticed anything. Maria seemed embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. But an hour later, she suddenly said she wasn't feeling well and needed to go home. 2 days later, when we met at the library, she apologized for leaving abruptly and admitted she'd felt really uncomfortable in my place, though she couldn't explain why. That was the first time, but not the last. Over the next few months, I noticed a pattern. Friends would come over, seem fine for a while, then get increasingly uncomfortable. They'd make excuses to leave early. Some would never come back at all. When I asked why, I'd get vague answers. They felt tired or had a headache or just felt weird. I started spending more time at the library or at coffee shops. I'd come home just to sleep, and sometimes not even that. I'd crash on a friend's couch instead. I thought about breaking my lease, but I couldn't afford to lose my security deposit, and finding another affordable place mid-semester seemed impossible. By the spring, I was dating a guy named Michael. We'd been seeing each other for a couple months, and he'd stay over at my place sometimes. I hadn't told him about the weird stuff. I was afraid he'd think I was losing it. But one Friday night in March, we were sitting in my living room listening to music, having a few beers, when I noticed Michael kept looking over at the hallway entrance. "What's up?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Nothing," he said, but he kept glancing over there every few minutes. After his 5th or 6th look, I couldn't take it anymore. "Seriously, what are you looking at?" He hesitated, then said, "This is going to sound crazy, but I keep seeing someone walking down your hallway. A woman, I think. She keeps peeking out like she's curious about what we're doing." My blood ran cold. "What does she look like?" "I can't really tell. It's just a shadow, sort of, but definitely a woman." He looked at me strangely. "Why? Do you know what I'm talking about?" I couldn't lie anymore. I told him everything. The glimpses in my peripheral vision, the figure standing in my doorway at night, how people kept getting uncomfortable and leaving. He listened without interrupting, his expression growing more concerned. "Why didn't you tell me before?" he asked when I finished. "I thought you'd think I was crazy." "I don't think you're crazy, but I think we should get out of here." He started gathering his things. "Now? It's after midnight." "Brian, I've been seeing her all night, and she doesn't seem friendly. I don't think we should stay here." I wanted to argue, to say he was overreacting, but the truth was, I was relieved someone else had seen her too. It wasn't just in my head, and I was tired of being afraid in my own home. "Let's go to your place," I suggested. "I have roommates, and they've got people over. Let's just get a hotel for tonight." We packed overnight bags and headed out. As I was locking the door, I swear I heard a woman's laugh coming from inside. We checked into a Holiday Inn about 10 minutes away. Neither of us slept much. We kept talking about what it could be, a ghost, some kind of shared hallucination, maybe something in the water making us see things. None of the explanations seemed satisfying. Around 3 a.m., Michael suddenly sat bolt upright in bed. "I just realized something. Your neighbor, the old lady. Could it be her somehow? Like, maybe she's confused and keeps wandering into your place?" I considered it. "I don't think so. She can barely walk, and I always keep the door locked. Maybe she has a key. She is the landlord's mother." It seemed unlikely, but less crazy than a ghost. We finally fell asleep around dawn, agreeing to go back in the daylight and talk to Mrs. Peterson. We returned to the duplex around noon. Everything looked normal in the harsh light of day, no mysterious figures or strange noises. I knocked on Mrs. Peterson's door, but there was no answer. We decided to go back to my place and try again later. That night, Michael stayed over again. We were both on edge, jumping at every creak and groan of the building. But nothing happened. No ghostly woman, no movement in the hallway. We eventually relaxed and went to bed. That's when things got really bad. I woke up around 2 a.m. to what sounded like footsteps in the kitchen. Michael was still asleep beside me. I was about to wake him when I heard a cabinet door open and close. "Michael?" I whispered, shaking him gently. "I think someone's in the kitchen." He woke up, groggy at first, then alert as he heard the sounds too. We lay there, frozen, listening to what sounded like someone moving around my kitchen, opening drawers, moving things on the counter. "Call 911, Michael whispered. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, but as I did, the sounds stopped. Complete silence fell over the duplex. We waited, hearts pounding, but nothing happened. After a few minutes, Michael got up and grabbed a baseball bat I kept in the corner, more for show than any actual protection. "Stay here," he said, heading for the door. "No way," I replied, following close behind him. We crept down the hallway, Michael leading with the bat raised. The kitchen was empty, nothing seemed disturbed. No open cabinets, no items moved from where I'd left them. We checked the front door, still locked, deadbolt still engaged. "Maybe it was coming from next door," Michael suggested. We went back to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening for any sound. Michael dozed off eventually, but I remained wide awake. That's when I saw it. Green streaks of light, like tiny lightning bolts floating above Michael. They hovered there for a moment, then moved toward the door and disappeared down the hallway. I shook Michael awake, probably harder than I needed to. He sat up, confused as I babbled about the lights. I saw them too, he said, his voice small. I wasn't fully asleep. They were above you first, then me. We looked at each other in the dim light from the window. Without a word, we both got up and started throwing our clothes on. We're not staying here, Michael said, and I didn't argue. We grabbed our wallets and keys and practically ran out the door. In the car, Michael turned to me. You can't live there anymore. Whatever that was, it's not normal and it's not safe. I nodded, numb with fear and exhaustion. We went back to the Holiday Inn and crashed until checkout time. The next day was Sunday. We went back to the duplex in the afternoon. I needed clothes for the coming week at least. Everything seemed normal again. No strange lights, no ghostly woman, no unexplained noises. I'll call my landlord tomorrow, I promised Michael. See if I can break the lease. He didn't look convinced but didn't push it. He had to go back to his place and he had an early class Monday and needed his books and laptop. I decided to stay at the duplex that night, partly because I couldn't afford more hotel rooms, partly because I felt stupid running away from what might just be an old house making noise. That night was quiet. No apparitions, no footsteps, no lights. I started to think maybe it had all been in our heads somehow. Mass hysteria between just two people, if that's even possible. The next day, I had classes until late afternoon. When I got home, I tried Mrs. Peterson's door again. Still no answer. I called my landlord. Mr. Peterson? It's Brian Mitchell from the duplex in Donaldson. I was wondering if your mother's okay. I haven't seen her in a while. There was a pause on the line. She's in the hospital, actually. Has been for about 3 months now. Pneumonia, then some complications. I felt a chill run down my spine. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope she's doing better. She's stable, but at her age, recovery is slow. Why do you ask? Just being neighborly, I said quickly. Hope she gets well soon. I hung up and sat down, my hands shaking. Mrs. Peterson hadn't been living next door for months. But if she wasn't there, then who? I was so lost in thought I almost missed it. A woman's voice, whispering, Neighborly? Is that what you call it? I spun around, but there was no one there. The voice had sounded like it was right next to my ear, mocking me. Hello? I called out, feeling stupid and terrified at the same time. No answer, but I swear I heard a soft laugh. I called Michael immediately. Mrs. Peterson hasn't been living here for months. She's in the hospital. Then who were you talking to just now? He asked. What? I heard you talking to someone. A woman. You heard that? I thought I was hearing things. Brian, get out of there. Now, come to my place. I didn't need to be told twice. I grabbed some clothes and my school stuff and left. I spent the next week at Michael's, crashing on his couch despite his roommate's complaints. I only went back to the duplex to get mail and more clothes, and never alone. I did eventually talk to Mr. Peterson about breaking my lease. I made up a story about needing to move closer to campus. He seemed understanding and even returned most of my security deposit. I found a small apartment near Vanderbilt and moved out at the end of the semester. Michael and I broke up a few months later for unrelated reasons. We didn't talk much about what happened in the duplex. I think we both wanted to forget it. But I never really forgot. To this day, I sometimes drive by that duplex when I'm in Nashville. I've thought about knocking on the door, asking whoever lives there now if they've had any unusual experiences, if they've seen a woman in the hallway or heard mocking laughter or witnessed green lights floating above their beds. But I always chicken out. Some things are better left unknown, but I still wonder who or what was sharing that duplex with me. And if they're still there, watching, waiting for the next tenant to move in. Ishaisen, Story 13. Saki, I still have goosebumps thinking about everything that's happened over the past few years. It's taken me months to work up the courage to write this all down, but I need to get it off my chest because it's eating me alive. I don't expect anyone to believe me, honestly. If someone told me this story, I'd probably think they were making it up or needed serious help. But I swear on everything I care about, this all happened exactly as I'm writing it. When I was 16, I started dating Lexia. She was my first real girlfriend. Smart, funny, into the same music I was. For 9 months, everything was perfect between us. We'd spend hours talking on the phone, texting constantly, hanging out whenever we could. It was that intense first love thing, you know? The night everything changed started like any other. I was in my room playing Call of Duty with my headphones on, phone tucked between my ear and shoulder, while Lexia and I talked about nothing important, just normal teenage stuff, complaining about teachers, talking about what movie we should watch that weekend, gossiping about friends. I remember making some stupid joke. I can't even remember what it was now. But we both started laughing. Normal, right? Except mid-laugh, Lexia's voice suddenly changed. "Who's there with you?" she asked, her tone completely serious. I was confused. "What? No one. I'm alone in my room." "Don't lie to me, Diego, I can hear her." The way she said it sent a weird chill down my spine. "Hear who?" "The girl. I can hear her laughing with you." I looked around my empty bedroom, completely freaked out. My door was closed. My parents were watching TV downstairs, and my little sister was at a friend's house. "Lexia, there's literally no one here, it's just me." "Show me then, video call me right now." I switched to video and panned my phone around the entire room. "See? Nobody here." Lexia's face was pale on my screen. "I heard her, Diego, clear as day. A girl laughing right next to you." We argued for almost an hour. No matter what I said, she wouldn't believe me. That night was the beginning of the end for us. Her jealousy and suspicion grew worse over the next few weeks until we finally broke up. I was heartbroken, but figured she had trust issues or something. I never connected it to anything supernatural. Fast forward 2 years. I was 18 and had been dating Anna for about 3 months. We had a good thing going, not as intense as with Lexia, but comfortable and fun. One night I was sitting on my closet floor, weird spot I know, but I had this little nook I liked to sit in when I wanted privacy from my family. Anna and I were on the phone, and I remember making her laugh with some dumb joke about her boss at the coffee shop where she worked. As our laughter died down, there was this weird pause. "So, is your sister home?" Anna asked casually. "No, she's at soccer practice." "Why?" Another pause. "Who's the girl with you then?" My blood went cold instantly. The hair on my arms stood up as I remembered Lexia asking the exact same thing 2 years earlier. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice shaking slightly. "I heard another girl laughing with you just now." It was really clear. I stood up so fast I banged my head on the closet rod. "Anna, there's no one here, I swear." "I'm not accusing you of anything," she said, but I could hear the suspicion in her voice. "I'm just saying I heard someone else." "What did it sound like?" I asked, feeling sick to my stomach. "Like a girl, a young woman, soft laugh, kind of... I don't know how to describe it. But it was right there with you." I ended up sending her video of my entire house to prove I was alone. She seemed to accept it, but things felt off between us after that. We broke up within a few months. I didn't tell her about what happened with Lexia. I was scared of sounding crazy. After Anna, I stayed single for a while. I couldn't shake the feeling that something weird was happening, 2 girlfriends hearing the exact same thing. It felt too coincidental. Then I met Indira when I was 20. She was different, independent, strong-willed, and didn't seem to get jealous easily. After dating for 6 months, we moved in together. For the first time, I felt like maybe I could have a normal relationship. Everything was great for about a year. We had our little apartment, decent jobs, and were talking about getting a dog. Then the economy tanked, and we both lost our jobs within a month of each other. Our savings disappeared fast. We were down to our last $100, facing eviction and desperate. That's when I remembered stories my grandmother used to tell about Santa Muerte. I grew up in a Mexican household where these stories were common. Santa Muerte, the saint of death, would grant favors and protection to those who showed her devotion. People would pray to her for money, safety, love, health, anything they needed desperately. Growing up, I never took it that seriously, but when you're about to be homeless and have tried everything else, you get desperate. One night, after Indira had fallen asleep, I sat in our dark living room. The only light came from the street lamps outside, filtering through our thin curtains. I felt ridiculous, but I was at my wit's end. "Santa Muerte," I whispered, feeling self-conscious, even though no one could hear me. "If you're real, if you're listening, we need help. I'll be devoted to you. I'll honor you. Just help us get through this." Nothing happened, of course. The room stayed silent and dark. I felt stupid for even trying and went to bed. But as I was lying there, the darkness in our bedroom seemed to deepen somehow. It's hard to explain, like the darkness got thicker, more concentrated in one corner of the room. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, when I noticed two small points of light. They looked like diamonds catching light, except there was no light to catch. They hovered about 5 feet off the ground, right in the corner where the darkness seemed most intense. I froze, unable to move or call out to Indira. Those points of light seemed to be watching me, studying me. I knew somehow that I was looking at eyes. I should have been terrified, but strangely I wasn't. I felt calm, like when you're with someone you've known your whole life. And in that moment of strange calm, I repeated my request. "Help us with money, and I'll be devoted to you forever." The diamond eyes blinked once, slowly, then vanished. The darkness returned to normal. I convinced myself I'd imagined it all, and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, Indira woke me up, phone in hand, looking confused. "Diego, did you deposit money in our account?" I sat up. "What? No." She turned her phone so I could see the screen. There was a deposit of $3,000 from the previous day. The description simply said, "Payment." We checked with the bank. They confirmed the deposit but couldn't tell us where it came from, just that it was a legitimate electronic transfer and the money was ours to keep. We were so relieved we didn't question it too much. That money saved us, paid our back rent, kept us afloat until we found new jobs. In the rush of getting our lives back on track, I forgot my promise. I didn't set up an altar, didn't light candles, didn't say prayers of thanks. I just moved on with our lives, grateful but negligent. 2 weeks later, we were driving to Cancun for a weekend trip, a celebration of making it through our financial crisis. We were on a highway, crossing a bridge over a deep ravine. I was driving, Indira was singing along to the radio, the windows were down, and everything felt perfect. Then, without warning, the car just stopped responding. The wheel locked up completely. 1 second we were cruising along, the next the tires were screeching as the car slid sideways. We hit the bridge barrier going about 60 mph. The impact was so violent it flipped the car. I remember every second in horrible slow motion. The car flipped 4 times. Glass was flying everywhere. Indira was screaming. I was somehow silent, watching everything happen like I was outside my body. And in that silence, I swear I heard a whisper in my ear, "You promised." Somehow, we both survived. The paramedics called it a miracle. Our car was completely destroyed, but we walked away with just cuts and bruises. The highway patrol couldn't explain what happened. There was nothing wrong with the car's steering system, no oil on the road, no mechanical failure they could detect. But I knew it was Santa Muerte, reminding me of my broken promise. Indira and I broke up a month later. The accident changed something between us, created a distance neither of us could bridge. I didn't tell her about Santa Muerte or my suspicions about the accident. How could I? After the breakup, I got a tattoo, Santa Muerte, on my upper arm. It was my way of apologizing, of fulfilling at least part of my promise. Since then, weird things have stopped happening in my car or with money, but I still feel her presence. especially when I try to date someone new. I've tried dating a few times since Indira. Each time the woman I'm with eventually hears that other girl when we're alone together. One girl even saw a shadow figure standing behind me when we were video chatting. Another felt invisible fingers run through her hair while she was staying at my place. I'm 23 now, and I've given up on relationships. I'm convinced that Santa Muerte is jealous. She helped me when I needed it most, but now she wants me all to herself. That female laughter my girlfriends heard, I think it was her, marking her territory, warning them away from me. Last week, I was alone in my apartment, getting ready for bed. As I turned off the light in my bathroom, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror. Just for a second. A female figure standing behind me, wearing what looked like a white dress or robe. When I spun around, no one was there. That night, I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m. to the sound of soft female laughter coming from my living room. I lay there, frozen, unable to get up and check. The laughter continued for almost a minute, then faded. I don't know what to do anymore. I feel trapped in a relationship with something I can't see, but can definitely feel. Something that doesn't want to share me with anyone else. Something that answered my desperate prayer, but expected payment far beyond what I understood. If you've ever heard of anything like this or know how I might break free from this attachment, please let me know. I'm not looking for judgment or people telling me I'm crazy. I know what I've experienced. I just want my life back. Story 14. I still get chills thinking about that house in Humboldt. It's been over 15 years, but the memories are seared into my brain like they happened yesterday. I was only 8 when Hurricane Ike destroyed our apartment in 2008. My parents tried to hide how bad things were, but even as a kid, I could tell we were in trouble. With 6 kids, finding a new place big enough for all of us wasn't easy, especially with Dad's construction work slowing down after the storm. When Mom found that 2-story house in Humboldt for rent, it seemed like a miracle. It was this older white house with blue trim, kind of tucked away on a street with giant oak trees. I remember being excited about having a backyard for the first time. My older brothers, Jake and Marcus, immediately claimed the basement room, while my sisters got the 2 bedrooms upstairs. I ended up sharing a room with my younger brother, Ethan. The first few weeks were normal enough. We were all busy, settling in, unpacking boxes, and trying to get back to our routines. School had started back up, and honestly, I was more worried about making new friends than anything else. But then, things started getting weird. It began with small stuff. Items not being where we left them, cold spots in certain areas of the house even when the heater was running full blast, the kind of things that are easy to brush off or explain away. Mum would blame us kids for moving things, and Dad would say the house was just old and had poor insulation. I remember the first time I saw something that couldn't be explained away. It was maybe 3 weeks after we moved in. I woke up in the middle of the night needing to pee really bad. Our bathroom was at the end of this long hallway, and the hallway light never worked right. It would flicker and then go out completely if you left it on too long. I nudged Ethan awake, hoping he'd walk with me. He was only 6, but usually braver than me about stuff like this. "Ethan," I whispered, shaking his shoulder, "I need to go to the bathroom. Come with me." He groaned and rolled over. "No way, go by yourself." I sat there for a few minutes trying to hold it, but eventually gave up. I'd have to go alone. I slipped out of bed and stepped into the hallway. It was pitch black, except for a sliver of moonlight coming through the window at the far end, casting long shadows on the wall. I took a deep breath and started walking, keeping my eyes fixed on the bathroom door. And that's when I saw it. There was this figure sitting on the floor between my sister Sarah's bedroom and the bathroom. It looked like a person, sort of, but completely white and sort of see-through, like a shadow, but the opposite of dark. It wasn't moving, just sitting there, knees pulled up to its chest. My whole body went cold. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just stood there staring, and I swear it was aware of me too, even though I couldn't see a face. After what felt like forever but was probably only seconds, I backed up slowly until I was back in my room. I climbed into bed, pulled the covers over my head, and laid there with a full bladder until morning, too terrified to get up again. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? Besides, I figured maybe I'd imagined it, or it was just shadows playing tricks. Kids have wild imaginations, right? That's what adults always say. But then my sister Sarah, who was 12 and definitely not the type to make up stories, started complaining about noises in the hallway at night. "Mom, I can't sleep," she said one morning at breakfast. "There are kids playing in the hallway all night." "What kids?" Mom asked, barely looking up from feeding my baby sister. "I don't know. I hear them bouncing a ball and running up and down the hall." "It's so loud." Mom brushed it off. "It's probably just the attic vent. This house makes all kinds of noises." Sarah looked frustrated but dropped it. I wanted to tell her I'd seen something, but I was too scared. What if talking about it made it worse? Things escalated a few weeks later. Jake, Marcus and their friend Damon were cooking hot dogs in the kitchen while I sat at the table doing homework. I remember it clearly because it was a Friday, and I was rushing to finish my math worksheet so I could play video games. The water was boiling on the stove, and foam started forming on top like it always does when you boil hot dogs. But this time, the foam wasn't normal. It started swirling around, and then it formed into this face. A devil's face with an open mouth and sharp teeth. I'm not making this up or exaggerating. It was clear as day. Damon saw it first. "Yo, what the hell is that?" He pointed at the pot. We all looked. Jake, who was 13 and trying to act tough, laughed nervously. "It's just foam, stupid." But it wasn't just foam. The face stayed there, grinning up at us from the pot, until Marcus grabbed a spoon and stirred it away, his hand shaking. No one mentioned it after that, but Damon never came over again. Around this time, my niece Lily came to stay with us. My oldest sister had some trouble and needed Mom to watch her for a while. Lily was only 4, and she got the small room next to mine and Ethan's. I came home from school one day and found her sitting on the living room floor coloring. "Hey, Lily," I said, dropping my backpack by the door. "What are you drawing?" She looked up at me with this serious expression. "Leave me alone." I was confused. "What? I just asked what you're—" "Not you," she interrupted, pointing to the empty space beside her. "I was talking to him. He keeps trying to take my crayons." A chill ran down my spine. "Who's him, Lily?" She shrugged like it was the most normal thing in the world. "The man! He's sitting right here." I backed away slowly, mumbling something about homework, and ran upstairs to my room. That night I pushed my dresser in front of the door before going to bed. The incidents kept piling up. Mom woke up screaming one night, claiming an old man was standing at the foot of her bed, yelling at her to get out of his house. Dad tried to calm her down, saying it was just a nightmare, but I could tell he was spooked too. Then came the incident with the 3-headed man. It was about 5 months after we moved in. I was in bed, almost asleep, when I heard this weird shuffling sound in the hallway. I thought it might be one of my siblings going to the bathroom, but it didn't sound like footsteps exactly, more like something being dragged. I laid there, trying to convince myself to just close my eyes and go to sleep, but curiosity got the better of me. I crept out of bed, careful not to wake Ethan, and peeked through the crack in the door. What I saw froze the blood in my veins. There was a tall, impossibly thin figure at the end of the hall. It was hunched over, its arms hanging down past its knees. But the worst part was its head, or heads. It had 3 distinct heads, all attached to the same neck, each facing a different direction. The heads were bald and white, with no features I could make out except for dark, hollow spaces where eyes should be. It was moving toward the stairs, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a stop-motion animation. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even close the door. I just watched as it reached the top of the stairs, then turned, all three heads rotating independently to look straight at my door. I slammed the door shut and dove under my covers, shaking uncontrollably. Ethan woke up asking what was wrong, but I couldn't speak. I just laid there sweating and trembling until morning came. The next day, I begged Mom to let me sleep in Jake and Marcus's room in the basement. I made up some story about Ethan snoring, and surprisingly, she agreed. I think she could tell something was really wrong. That night, as we were settling in to sleep, I finally broke down and told my brothers what I'd seen. I expected them to laugh at me or call me a baby. Instead, Marcus got real quiet, and Jake said, "We've seen it too. We thought it was just us." Turns out they'd been experiencing things in the basement too. Cold spots, shadows moving on their own, the feeling of someone watching them. But they hadn't wanted to scare the rest of us by mentioning it. Things reached a breaking point about a week later. My sister Sarah woke up with 3 deep scratches down her back, like someone had clawed her in her sleep. Mum freaked out and took her to the doctor, who couldn't explain it. That same day, all the family photos we'd hung in the living room crashed to the floor simultaneously, glass shattering everywhere. Dad, who had been the biggest skeptic of all, finally admitted something wasn't right. 2 days later, he told us we were moving. He'd found a rental on the other side of town, smaller but available immediately. We packed only what we needed and were out within a week. I thought that would be the end of it. But here's the thing about Humboldt. The whole area feels off. At our new place, things were better, but still not normal. And when I started hanging out with friends from school, I realized many of them had similar stories. My friend Tyler lived just a few blocks from our old house. I was over there playing video games when we both heard distinct footsteps coming up the stairs. We looked at each other, knowing full well his parents were both at work and his sister was at softball practice. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, then stopped right outside his bedroom door. Neither of us had the courage to open it. We just sat there, controllers in hand, until his mum came home an hour later. Another friend, Alex, lived in this old farmhouse on the outskirts of town. One afternoon we were bored and started whistling random tunes. I whistled the first few notes of some pop song, and immediately after I stopped, the exact same sequence of notes was whistled back to us from the empty hallway, clear as day. Alex and I looked at each other, and I could tell from his face this wasn't the first time. "It does that sometimes," he whispered. "If you whistle, it whistles back." I never told my parents about any of this. They were stressed enough with Dad's work issues and trying to keep us all fed and clothed. But I started doing research at the school library, trying to find information about Humboldt's history. What I discovered didn't make me feel any better. The land our old house was on used to be part of a larger property owned by a doctor in the early 1900s. Rumors were he conducted experiments in his home, possibly on patients from the asylum a few towns over. Nothing was ever proven, but 3 patients who were last seen in his care were never found. We moved out of Humboldt completely when I was 12, and I've never been back. I still have nightmares about that 3-headed man, about those hollow eye sockets staring into my soul. Sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I could swear I hear whistling, waiting for me to whistle back. I don't know what was in that house, or what haunts that whole town. All I know is it was real, and whatever it was, it knew we were there. It watched us, and sometimes even now, hundreds of miles away, I still feel like it's watching me. Story 15. I've never told anyone about this before, not even my wife. It happened almost 20 years ago now, but I still think about it pretty much every time I drive past an old church. I've tried to convince myself that I made it up, or that my brain was playing tricks on me, but I know what I saw that day at Battlefield Church, and I can't explain it. I was 10 years old, and my dad had taken me on one of our history adventures, as he called them. Dad was a huge history buff, always dragging me to museums, battlefields, and historical sites on weekends. I usually complained, but secretly, I kind of enjoyed these trips with him. This particular Saturday in October, we drove about an hour outside of town to visit this old stone church that was apparently built on the site of some 15th century battle. The church itself wasn't particularly impressive from the outside, just weathered grey stone with a small bell tower and some stained glass windows. The parking lot was nearly empty when we pulled in, just a couple of other cars. It was one of those crisp fall days where the air feels clean in your lungs, and the leaves were all those perfect shades of red and orange. I remember crunching through them as we walked toward the entrance. Inside, the church was dim and smelled like old wood, candle wax, and something else I couldn't identify. Maybe just age. You know that smell that really old buildings have. Dad paid our donation to an elderly woman at a small desk near the door, and she handed him a pamphlet about the church's history. "Feel free to explore," she said. "There's no formal tour today, but there's information posted throughout the building." Dad immediately gravitated toward a display of old weapons and artifacts in a glass case. I wandered a few steps away, looking up at the high ceiling with its wooden beams. The place had that strange quietness that makes you automatically lower your voice. I was studying some of the stained glass windows when I noticed a tall man standing near one of the side rooms. I hadn't seen him when we came in. He was wearing what looked like a tour guide uniform, dark pants and a button-up shirt, though I don't remember seeing any name tag or logo. He had dark hair, neatly combed, and seemed to be in his 30s maybe. Nothing unusual about him really, except that he was looking right at me with this really friendly smile. "Hello there, young man," he said, walking toward me. His voice was soft but carried easily in the quiet church. "Are you interested in the history of this place?" I nodded, glancing over at my dad, who was still engrossed in reading about the battle artifacts. "This church has stood here for over 500 years, the man said, gesturing around us. "It was built right after the Battle of Middlebrook in 1463. I remember being impressed that he knew the exact year without having to look at any notes. "Did you know," he continued, "that the original structure survived through civil wars, plagues, and even attempts to burn it down?" I shook my head. "Oh, yes," he said, his eyes lighting up. "Would you like to hear about it? It's quite a fascinating story." I looked again at my dad, who had now moved to another display in an adjacent room. He often got so absorbed in reading every detail that he'd forget I was even there. I figured it was better to listen to this guide than to just stand around bored. "Sure," I said. The man smiled and began walking slowly through the church, motioning for me to follow. I stayed a few steps behind him as he pointed out various features: the original stonework, the medieval carvings in the wood, the significance of different religious symbols. "The most interesting part of this church," he said as we moved deeper into the building, "is how it survived the attack of 1472. He turned down a narrow corridor that led to what looked like an old chapel area. The lighting was dimmer here, with just a few small windows letting in shafts of dusty sunlight. Attackers tried to burn this church to the ground," he explained, his voice getting quieter so that I had to step closer to hear him. "They surrounded it and set fire to the doors and windows. 2 men were inside at the time, local men who had been praying. When the fire started, they tried to escape." I remember feeling a little chill as he told the story. It wasn't just his words, but something about the way his voice changed, becoming more intense, more personal somehow. "The flames spread quickly," he continued, "but miraculously, a sudden rainstorm helped extinguish the fire before it could destroy the entire structure." He gestured to some darkened stones near the floor. "You can still see some of the scorch marks here." I bent down to look at the blackened stone. It did look like fire damage. When I stood back up, I noticed we'd walked quite far from where my dad was. I could hear his footsteps in another part of the building, but I couldn't see him anymore. The two men tried to escape through a secret tunnel, the guide said, leading me toward a small room off to the side. The tunnel was connected to the room where the organ is now housed. It was meant as an escape route in times of danger, but unfortunately... He paused, and that's when I heard my dad's footsteps getting closer. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see him appear from around the corner. When I looked back at the guide, something had changed. His face. It's hard to describe exactly. It was like his entire expression had shifted. Where before he had looked friendly and normal, now his face was pulled into this unnaturally deep frown. It wasn't just sadness or seriousness, it was wrong somehow, too exaggerated, too deep. His eyes had changed too, looking sunken and dark. I blinked, thinking maybe it was just the lighting playing tricks. But when I looked again, his clothes seemed different too. What I had taken for a neat uniform now looked ragged and poorly mended. There were dark stains on the fabric that I hadn't noticed before. My heart started racing, but I was frozen in place. The guide must have noticed my reaction because his expression changed again. The deep frown twisted into a smile, but not the friendly smile from earlier. This was wide and strained, like someone who doesn't know how to smile properly, trying to imitate one. Then, just as quickly, it morphed back into that disturbing frown. I was terrified now. I wanted to run, to call for my dad, but I couldn't make my body move or my voice work. "Would you like to see the organ room?" the guide asked, his voice unchanged despite his transformed appearance. "It's just through here." He turned and walked toward a narrow doorway. My feet finally unstuck from the floor when I heard my dad call my name. "Oliver? Where'd you go, buddy?" I spun around to see my dad coming down the corridor toward me. I've never been so relieved to see him. "Dad, there's this guide who's been showing me around," I said quickly, the words tumbling out. "He was telling me about the fire and the men who got trapped and—" "A guide." My dad looked surprised. "The lady at the front said there weren't any tours today." "He's right there," I said, turning to point toward the doorway where the man had gone. "He was just showing me. But when I looked, the guide wasn't there anymore." I frowned, confused. "He went into that room," I insisted, pointing at the doorway. "The organ room. He was just there a second ago." My dad, humoring me, walked over to look into the room I was pointing at. I followed close behind him, peering around his legs. It was a small room with an old pipe organ against one wall. The room was empty. There was no other door, no place where someone could have gone. Just the single entrance we were standing in and the old organ gathering dust. "There's no one here, Ollie," Dad said, a slight frown on his face. "Are you sure you saw someone?" "Yes," I said, my voice rising. "He was tall with dark hair, and he was telling me about the church and how they tried to burn it down, and about 2 men who got trapped." Dad put his hand on my shoulder. "Hey, it's okay. Maybe one of the other visitors was telling you stuff, or maybe you just have a good imagination." I could tell he didn't believe me. And honestly, standing there looking at the empty room, I was starting to doubt myself too. But I knew what I had seen. That face, that unnatural expression, wasn't something I could have imagined. "Can we go now?" I asked, suddenly wanting very badly to be out of that church. Dad looked at me with concern. "We just got here. Don't you want to see the rest?" I shook my head. "I don't feel good." That wasn't a lie. My stomach was churning and I felt cold all over despite the stuffy air in the old building. Dad must have seen something in my face because he didn't argue. "All right, we can go. Maybe we can stop for ice cream on the way home." I nodded, but I wasn't thinking about ice cream. As we walked back through the church toward the exit, I kept looking around every corner, half expecting to see the guide again. But he was gone. In the car, Dad tried to get me to talk about what had upset me, but I couldn't explain it in a way that didn't sound crazy. Eventually, he dropped it, probably assuming I was just being a moody kid. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. The guide had known specific details about the church's history. He had shown me the scorch marks from the fire. He had been so real. Over the next few months, I actually convinced Dad to take me back to Battlefield Church 3 more times. Each time, I wandered through every corner of that place, looking for the guide. But I never saw him again. The elderly woman at the desk confirmed they didn't have any male staff members who matched my description. One time, I asked her about the story of the church being set on fire, and she seemed surprised I knew about it, saying it wasn't one of the main stories they usually shared with visitors. As I got older, I mostly put the experience behind me. I went to college, got a job, met my wife, and started a normal life. But that day at the church always lingered at the back of my mind like an unsolved puzzle. Then, about 5 years ago, I found myself with some free time while visiting my parents. On a whim, I decided to do some research on Battlefield Church. I went to the local library and dug through their historical archives. What I found made my blood run cold. There really had been an attempt to burn down the church in 1472, just as the guide had told me. And there really were 2 men trapped inside when it happened. According to the records, they had tried to escape through a tunnel that ran from the main church to a point about 100 yards away. But part of the tunnel had collapsed in a previous storm, and they couldn't get through. One of the men had been badly burned on his leg as they tried to escape through the main doors, which slowed them down. Neither survived. The tunnel entrance, according to the old maps I found, had been located exactly where the organ room now stands. I sat there in the library, staring at the yellowed pages of this obscure historical account, and felt a chill run through me. The guide had known details that weren't in the tourist pamphlets. He had led me directly to the organ room, and then he had vanished. I also found a section about renovations done to the church in the late 1800s. When they installed the organ, workers reported strange occurrences, tools moving on their own, unexplained cold spots, and one worker claimed to have seen a man with a severely burned leg watching them from the doorway, only to disappear when approached. I've tried to rationalize what happened that day. Maybe I overheard someone else talking about the church's history. Maybe I read something in the pamphlet and forgot about it. Maybe the guide slipped out of the organ room somehow without me noticing. But none of those explanations feel right. What I can't explain is that face, that inhuman expression that still appears in my nightmares sometimes. Or how his neat clothes suddenly appeared worn and stained. Or how he vanished from a room with only one exit. I've never gone back to Battlefield Church since my research trip. I'm not sure what I'm more afraid of, finding the guide again or not finding him. All I know is that something happened to me that day that defies ordinary explanation. And sometimes, when I'm driving past an old church, I can't help but wonder who or what might be waiting inside to give an unsuspecting visitor a tour. Story 16. I still don't know if I should even be talking about this. My brother made me promise not to tell anyone, but it's been eating away at me for years now. This happened in early December 2019, right before everything went to hell with the pandemic. We live in a rural area in Wisconsin, about 20 miles from the nearest proper town. Our property backs up to a huge forest that stretches for miles, and scattered throughout those woods are these old abandoned World War II bunkers. No one really knows why they're there. Some people say they were training facilities. Others think they were emergency shelters. There's also this random old Airstream trailer deep in the woods that's been there since before we moved in 15 years ago. The whole area has always given me the creeps. My brother Jake is 4 years older than me. He's always been the rational one. Engineering degree, works in IT, super logical about everything. He doesn't scare easily, and he's definitely not the type to make up stories. That's why what happened that night shook me so badly. It was a Friday, and Jake had come home for the weekend to visit. He went out to Mackey's, this dive bar about 5 miles from our house, to meet up with some old high school friends. I stayed home because I had to work early the next morning. Around 11 p.m., I got a text from him saying he'd caught a ride home with someone and would be back soon. By 1 a.m., he still wasn't home. I tried calling him, but his phone went straight to voicemail. I was starting to worry when I heard the back door open. Jake stumbled in, looking completely pale, soaking wet from the snow, with this wild look in his eyes I'd never seen before. "What happened to you?" I asked. He just pushed past me, grabbed a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet and poured himself a huge glass. "I saw something in the woods," he said after downing half of it in one gulp. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold the glass. "In one of those old bunkers." I sat down across from him. "What were you doing in the bunkers? I thought you got a ride home." "I did, but—" He hesitated. I don't know why, but I asked Kyle to drop me at the road entrance to the trail instead of at the house. It was like... I felt like I needed to go there. He looked down at his hands. This sounds crazy, but it felt like something was calling me. Jake isn't the kind of guy who talks like this. Ever. He took another long drink. I was a little drunk, but not wasted. I knew exactly where I was going. I walked about a mile into the woods, straight to Bunker 3. We numbered them as kids when we used to explore out there. Bunker 3 was the deepest one, the one we almost never went to because it was so dark and went so far underground. The entrance was clear of snow, he continued, like someone had swept it away, and there was light coming from inside, not bright, just this faint glow. I remember feeling this cold pit in my stomach. "What do you mean, light? Those bunkers don't have electricity." "I know that," he snapped. Then more quietly, "I know that." He told me he stood there for several minutes, just staring at the entrance. Normally the bunker door is this rusted metal thing that's nearly impossible to open, but that night it was wide open. He said he should have turned around right then, but instead, he went in. The first thing I noticed was how warm it was inside. It should have been freezing, but it felt like someone had the heat on. And it was clean, Max, no dust, no cobwebs, no animal droppings, nothing like how it usually is. As he went deeper, the light got brighter. He followed it down the main corridor to the largest room at the back. What we used to call the command center as kids. That's where he saw it. There was this figure standing in the middle of the room, tall and thin, maybe 7 feet, pure white, but not like paper white. It was more like it was giving off its own light. He closed his eyes, struggling with the description. It looked human-shaped, but wrong somehow. The proportions were off. 2 long arms, fingers too thin and too many of them. And its face... He stopped and poured another drink. "What about its face?" I asked, even though part of me didn't want to know. It didn't really have one. Just these indentations where eyes should be. No nose I could see, a slit for a mouth. He shuddered. When I walked in, it turned to look at me. I couldn't move. My feet felt frozen to the floor. The weirdest part, he said, was that there was fresh snow blowing in from the entrance behind him, but the figure left no footprints on the ground. It was just standing there. "Then it spoke to me," Jake whispered, not out loud, in my head. I asked him what it said, but he shook his head. "I can't tell you that part. I promised I wouldn't." His eyes were dead serious. "But it knew things, Max. Things about me, about us, about everything, and it warned me about what's coming." "What's coming?" I pressed. "Bad things. Really bad things. It said the world was about to change, and we needed to prepare. This was December 2019, remember? A couple months later, COVID hit and shut everything down. Jake said he stood there talking with this thing for what felt like hours, but when he checked his phone afterward, only 20 minutes had passed. The last thing he remembered was the entity reaching out one of its long, thin hands toward his face. Not touching him, just reaching. Then he was outside the bunker again, trudging through the snow back home. "I know how this sounds," he said. "I was drinking. It was dark. Maybe I hallucinated the whole thing. But Max," he looked up at me, and I could see genuine terror in his eyes. "It was real, and it's still out there." That was the last time Jake ever talked about it in detail. Whenever I tried to bring it up later, he'd shut down or change the subject. He stayed the rest of the weekend, but barely left his room. When he went back to his apartment in the city, he seemed almost relieved to be getting away from our property. I might have written the whole thing off as a drunk hallucination, except for what started happening after he left. It began with knocking sounds on the ceiling at night, not like house-settling noises or branches on the roof, deliberate rhythmic knocking, always in sets of 3, always around 3 a.m. The thing is, we don't really have an accessible attic. There's a small crawl space with an entry panel in the hallway ceiling, but you need a ladder to reach it, and the panel has been painted shut for years. My parents brushed it off as raccoons or squirrels, but animals don't knock in perfect rhythms, and animals don't call your name in the middle of the night. That happened to my mum about a week after Jake's experience. She was alone in the house. Dad was on a business trip, and I was staying at a friend's place. Around 2:30 a.m., she woke up to someone whispering her name right beside her bed. She said it sounded exactly like Jake's voice, which terrified her because she knew Jake was 2 hours away in his apartment. She turned on the light, but no one was there. When she called Jake the next morning, he was fine, definitely not at our house the night before. Then there was the incident at the kitchen. We have this separate building about 50 feet from the main house that has an extra kitchen and dining area my parents built for hosting large family gatherings. My mum was out there prepping food for dinner one evening when she suddenly felt what she described as absolute dread washing over her. She said it felt like someone was watching her through the windows. She quickly locked all the doors. Not even 5 minutes later, something started banging on the kitchen door. Not knocking, violent banging, like someone trying to break it down. The doorknob rattled like crazy, turning back and forth. My mom called my dad, who was in the main house, and he ran out there immediately. By the time he arrived, the banging had stopped. There were no footprints in the snow around the kitchen building. Nothing. After a month of this stuff, my parents were seriously considering selling the house. Then, almost as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. The knocking, the voices, all of it, just gone. That was around the time the first COVID cases were being reported in the US. I didn't make the connection until much later, when I remembered what Jake had said about the entity's warning of bad things coming. Had this thing somehow known about the pandemic months before it happened? Was it trying to warn us specifically? I finally got up the courage to explore the bunker myself this past summer. I took 2 friends with me, bright flashlights, even a baseball bat for protection. But when we got there, Bunker 3 was exactly how it had always been. Rusty door barely hanging on its hinges, interior filled with dust and animal droppings, cold and damp throughout. No sign that anything unusual had ever happened there. Jake still won't talk about whatever the entity told him. He's moved even further away now, all the way to Colorado. Says he needed the mountains, the open space. But sometimes when we're on the phone, I can tell something's still eating at him. Once, when he'd had a few drinks, he told me, "It's not done with us, Max. It's just waiting." Last week I started hearing the knocking again. Same pattern, same time of night. But now there's something else. When I walk in the woods behind our property, I keep catching glimpses of something tall and white moving between the trees, always just at the edge of my vision. And yesterday, I found footprints in the snow, leading from the forest edge to my bedroom window. They stopped right under the window, then headed back to the woods. But here's the thing that's really freaking me out. The stride length was impossibly long, like 7 feet between steps, and they were only going in one direction. There were no tracks heading back into the forest. I'm writing this all down because I'm not sure what to do anymore. My parents think I'm imagining things. Jake refuses to talk about it, and I'm afraid to tell anyone else because they'll think I'm crazy. But I know what I saw, and I know something is out there, watching our family. Something that first made contact with my brother in that bunker. Something that knew about a global pandemic before it happened. Something that seems to be taking an increased interest in me specifically. The worst part is the waiting, knowing it's out there but not knowing what it wants or when it might decide to make itself fully known again. I've started keeping a baseball bat by my bed, but deep down I know that if this thing decided to come for me, no weapon would help. Last night I woke up at exactly 3 a.m. No knocking this time, just a deep, unsettling silence. I looked at my window and saw a thin, white hand with too many fingers pressed against the glass. It stayed there for several seconds, then slowly withdrew. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. By the time I got the courage to get up and look outside, whatever it was had vanished. But it left something behind. On the window, in some kind of luminescent substance that glowed faintly in the dark, was a simple message. Soon. Story 17. I'm writing this after 4 years of trying to forget what happened. I've shared bits and pieces with my wife, a therapist, and one close buddy from a different unit. But I've never told the full story until now. Maybe putting it all down will help. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I don't know. I was a corporal back then, part of a special recon unit doing advanced land navigation training on this remote island off the southeastern coast. Won't name the exact location for obvious reasons, but it was mostly uninhabited, except for an old military installation that had been repurposed as our training grounds. There were 7 of us in the section that day. Sergeant Wright, our leader, me, Rodriguez, Chen, Lopez, Morales, and Jackson. We'd already been on the island for 9 days, doing various drills and survival exercises. The navigation exercise on day 10 was supposed to be straightforward. Find 6 checkpoints across the island using only compass and map coordinates, collect the verification codes, small paper notes tied to trees, and return to base camp by sunset. The morning started normal enough. We assembled at 600, got our gear checked, and Sergeant Wright went over the coordinates. The weather was humid as hell, maybe 85 degrees by 8 a.m., with that heavy, sticky air that makes your uniform cling to your skin within minutes. The island was mostly dense vegetation, with these winding dirt paths connecting different areas. Some parts were highlands with decent visibility, but a good third of the island was low-lying swampland. We knocked out the first 4 checkpoints by noon without much trouble. We worked well together. Wright was strict but fair. Rodriguez was our best navigator. Chen was this super fit guy who always volunteered to climb trees when needed. And Lopez had these eagle eyes that could spot anything unusual. Morales and Jackson were newer transfers, but kept up just fine. After a quick MRE lunch, we headed for Checkpoint 5, which was on the edge of the swampy area. The terrain started changing about a mile out. More mud, these gnarly-looking trees with roots sticking up everywhere, and a distinct sour smell in the air. Not just regular swamp smell, but something else I couldn't place. We found Checkpoint 5 without much trouble, but Checkpoint 6 was deeper in the swamp according to our coordinates. Sergeant Wright studied the map for a few minutes. Looks like we'll need to cut through about 400 meters of swamp to reach the last checkpoint, then another 400 to get to base camp, he said, pointing at the map. It's the most direct route. None of us were thrilled about slogging through a swamp. but it was already around 2:30 p.m., and taking the long way around would add at least 2 hours to our journey. So into the swamp we went. The first 100 meters were what you'd expect. Muddy, difficult terrain with water reaching our ankles, then our knees in some spots. We moved in a line, watching our footing, keeping about 5 meters between each person. The vegetation was dense, with these tall grasses that would sometimes hide deeper spots in the mud. That's when Chen stepped into one of those hidden spots and sank up to his chest before any of us could react. 1 second he was walking, the next he was waist deep and sinking fast, yelling for help. Jackson and I immediately grabbed his arms, while Wright and Rodriguez found solid ground to brace against. It took all 4 of us to pull him out, and when we did, his lower half was covered in this black, oily mud that smelled absolutely foul. "What the fuck?" Chen kept saying as he tried to wipe the stuff off. "That wasn't normal. It pulled me down. It actually pulled me down." We all dismissed it as panic talk. When you're suddenly sinking in mud, it can feel like something's dragging you under. We took a minute to regroup, and that's when I noticed the first strange thing about our surroundings. There were stone structures scattered throughout the area, not big ones, but definitely man-made. Most were about knee-high, weathered grey stone arranged in small circles or squares, and near some of them were these glass bottles, old-looking, some broken, some intact. Most were partially buried in the mud, but a few sat on top of the stone arrangements. "Guys, check this out," I said, pointing to the nearest stone pile. "This looks like some kind of marker." Wright came over, frowning. "Could be from an old settlement. This island has changed hands a few times over the centuries." Lopez picked up one of the intact bottles and held it up. There was something inside, a dark grey powder. "Don't open that," Rodriguez said sharply. He'd been quiet until then, but something in his voice made Lopez immediately set the bottle back down. "What is it?" Lopez asked. Rodriguez shook his head. "My grandmother was from rural Puerto Rico. These looked like the things she described from the old practices, bottles of ash left at grave sites." That's when it clicked for all of us. We weren't just in a swamp. We were standing in what had once been a cemetery. "Keep moving," Wright ordered, suddenly all business. "Let's find this checkpoint and get back to base camp." We continued forward, more carefully now, all of us scanning the ground, not just for deep mud, but for more of those stone markers. They became more numerous as we progressed, sometimes forming distinctive rows. In some areas, the mud had receded enough to reveal what looked like the tops of proper headstones, though most were so weathered you couldn't make out any inscriptions. After another 100 meters or so, the swamp opened up into something none of us expected. In the middle of all this murky, muddy terrain was a perfectly circular area, maybe 30 meters across, of solid ground. Not just solid, but covered in this carpet-like grass that was so uniformly green it looked artificial. And in the exact center stood a massive tree, with a thick trunk and branches that spread out like an umbrella. The contrast was startling. We'd been trudging through knee-deep mud, surrounded by rotting vegetation and half-submerged grave markers, and suddenly here was this pristine circle with a healthy tree that looked like it belonged in a park, not a swamp. Sergeant Wright consulted the map and compass. "Checkpoint 6 should be right around here. Spread out and look for the verification slip." We fanned out around the perimeter of the grassy circle. I remember feeling reluctant to step onto it, though I couldn't explain why. Something about it just seemed wrong, out of place, too perfect. Rodriguez had stopped at the edge of the circle and was staring at the tree. I'll never forget the look on his face, not scared exactly, but deeply concerned. "We need to find that checkpoint and leave," he said quietly, "before dark." "It's only like 3 p.m., Jackson replied, checking his watch. "We've got plenty of daylight left." Rodriguez didn't argue, but he kept glancing at the tree while searching for the checkpoint. It was Morales who found the verification slip tied to a small shrub just at the edge of the grassy circle. We all gathered around as Wright noted the code in his logbook. According to our instructions, we now just needed to head due north for about 400 meters to reach base camp. Due north meant crossing directly through the grassy circle and past the tree. "Let's go around," Rodriguez suggested, pointing to a path that would skirt the edge of the circle. Wright shook his head. "That's not the most direct route. We're already muddy as hell and Chen needs to get cleaned up. We go through." That's when the weirdest part of the whole experience began. As we stepped onto the grassy circle, I felt this immediate sense of... I don't know how to describe it exactly. Like walking into a room where a conversation stops the moment you enter. A heavy silence fell over us, though the swamp itself wasn't silent. There were still insects buzzing, distant bird calls, the squelch of our boots on the grass. The grass itself felt strange underfoot, too springy, too uniform, and completely dry, despite being surrounded by swampland. As we approached the tree in the center, I noticed there were no roots visible above ground, which seemed impossible for a tree that size in swampy conditions. We were about halfway across the circle when it happened, all at once, but differently for each of us. I heard someone scream, "Hey!" directly behind me, so close it felt like they had yelled right into my ear. I spun around, heart racing, but there was nobody there except Lopez, who was several meters away. The voice hadn't been his. Meanwhile, Wright had frozen in place, staring at something about 10 meters to our right. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice tense. "Someone just screamed, 'Are you still here?' Clear as day." Before any of us could respond, Lopez pointed up at the tree branches and started backing away. "There's someone up there," he said, his voice shaking. "A Japanese soldier, hanging. He's smiling at me." I looked up but saw nothing in the branches except leaves. Jackson and Morales both suddenly covered their ears. "The crying," Jackson said, "just like last night at camp." This made my blood run cold, because there had been crying sounds the previous night. Around 2 a.m., most of us had woken up to what sounded like a woman weeping somewhere in the darkness beyond our camp. We'd reported it to the training officers, who had done a sweep but found nothing. They dismissed it as either wildlife or the wind. Wright was still staring at the empty space to our right. "There are people there," he insisted. "A man and woman sitting on that log. They're just watching us." There was no log, just more of the perfect grass. Chen, who had been quiet since his mud incident, suddenly pointed at the tree trunk. "The carvings," he said. "Can you read them?" I looked at the trunk and saw only smooth bark. No carvings. That's when real panic set in. Each of us was experiencing something completely different in the same space. Rodriguez was the only one who seemed unaffected, though his face had gone ashen. "We need to leave now," he said, his voice cracking with urgency. "All of us, move." Something in his tone cut through the confusion. Without discussion, we all started moving, fast walking, then breaking into a run as we crossed the remaining distance of the grassy circle. I remember the overwhelming urge to look back at the tree, feeling like someone was calling my name, but I forced myself to keep moving forward. The moment we cleared the grassy circle and hit mud again, it felt like walking out of a thick fog into clear air. My head cleared instantly. We didn't stop running, though. Somehow a crude path had formed in front of us, not on our maps, but clearly man-made, with wooden planks laid over the deepest mud sections. We followed this path without question, all of us breathing hard, no one speaking. After what felt like only minutes, the swamp thinned out, and we found ourselves on solid ground again, with the base camp visible about 200 meters ahead. As we approached camp, Wright tried the radio, which had been dead for the past hour despite fresh batteries. Suddenly it crackled to life, with an angry voice demanding our location and status. It was only when we reached the base camp perimeter that we realized something was very wrong. The sun was much lower than it should have been. Officers were rushing toward us, looking relieved but angry. "Where the hell have you been?" the training commander demanded. "We've had search teams looking for you for the past 3 hours. Wright checked his watch, confused. "Sir, it's only been about an hour since we reached checkpoint 6. The commander gave him a strange look. "It's 1930 hours, Sergeant. You were due back at 1600. We've been trying to raise you on radio since then." We all checked our watches in disbelief. Mine read 7:30 p.m. Somehow we'd lost over 4 hours in what felt like less than one. The debriefing that followed was tense. We reported finding all checkpoints but were vague about what had delayed us, claiming we'd gotten turned around in the swamp. No one mentioned the cemetery, the grassy circle, or the tree. Not then, and not in the official reports afterward. I think we all silently understood that talking about hearing voices and seeing things that weren't there would raise questions none of us wanted to answer. The training officers were skeptical, but couldn't prove we were lying. Our verification codes were all correct, and Chen's mud-covered state backed up our story about difficult terrain. They chalked it up to poor navigation and issued a formal reprimand to Wright, which still bothers me since it wasn't his fault. That night, none of us slept well. We were in separate quarters but found each other outside around 2 a.m., all awakened by the same nightmare. The tree in the swamp, its branches reaching down like arms, trying to pull us up into the canopy. We left the island 2 days later when training concluded. Within 6 months, our section had completely dispersed. Transfers, discharges, 1 medical retirement. I don't think it was coincidence. I've tried researching the island's history since then, found some vague references to an old settlement that was abandoned in the late 1800s after a sickness, and mentions of it being briefly occupied by Japanese forces during Vol.251, but nothing specific about a cemetery in the swamp. What haunts me most isn't what I heard or what the others saw. It's those missing hours. What happened during that time? Why can't any of us remember? And why did our watches and the sun agree on the time, but our internal clocks didn't? I've never gone back, and I never will. But sometimes, especially when I'm half asleep, I swear I can hear that voice again, right behind me, asking a question I still don't understand. Are you still here? And sometimes, in the worst nightmares, I answer. Story 18. I never believed in ghosts until I started working at Camp Holloway. It's an army base about 30 minutes outside of town, nothing special, just administration buildings, barracks and training facilities surrounded by chain-link fence. I'm not military myself, just a civilian contractor handling paperwork in the logistics office on the 3rd floor of Building 17. This all started about 7 months ago. At first, it was just little things that were easy to dismiss. You know how it is. You're alone in an office building late at night, your mind starts playing tricks on you. I'd hear footsteps when nobody was there, or feel like someone was watching me when I walked down the hallway. Standard creepy building stuff that you can laugh off in the daylight. Then my boss, Captain Ramirez, started complaining about the lights in his office. They'd turn on by themselves in the middle of the night. Security would call him because they saw lights on in the building after hours. Other times, they'd shut off while he was working, no matter how many times he flipped the switch. Maintenance came up 3 separate times. They checked the wiring, replaced the switches, even installed a whole new circuit breaker specifically for that room. Nothing helped. "It's just an old building," everyone said. Building 17 was constructed in the 70s. Lots of quirks, poor insulation, settling foundations, the usual explanations. But I knew better. There was something off about that place, especially the 3rd floor. So anyway, it was a Tuesday in January. I remember because we'd just come back from the long weekend, and everyone was complaining about having to return to work. It had been snowing lightly all day, and most of the staff had gone home early because of the weather forecast. By 6:00 p.m. I was alone on the 3rd floor. Part of my job is to check on the formation flags we keep in storage room 312. These are the flags used for ceremonies, so they need to be kept in good condition. I usually do this check on Fridays, but I had missed it the previous week and needed to catch up on inventory. Storage room 312 is at the end of the east corridor. It's a small room with metal shelving units and a bunch of plastic containers where we keep the flags, poles and other ceremony items. There's no windows in there, just fluorescent lights that make this annoying buzzing sound. The walls are bare concrete painted this sickly institutional beige color. I was in there for maybe 10 minutes, counting flags and updating the inventory on my clipboard. The room was silent, except for the buzzing lights and the scratching of my pen on paper. Then I heard it, a distinct knock on the wall. Not like the random settling sounds an old building makes, but an intentional knock. 3 rapid taps, like someone using their knuckles. I froze. The knocking came from the exterior wall, the one facing outside. We're on the 3rd floor, and there's nothing outside that wall but a 30-foot drop to the pavement below. No ledge, no fire escape, nothing. I told myself it was just ice or a branch hitting the building, even though I knew there weren't any trees close enough to reach. I tried to focus back on my inventory, but then the knocking came again, louder this time, deliberate. I put down my clipboard and approached the wall. The knocking stopped. I pressed my ear against the concrete, feeling stupid but also terrified. Nothing. Just as I was about to step away, I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Something white and fuzzy. That's the only way I can describe it. Like static on an old TV, but formed into a shape. It was peeking around the corner of the wall, just for a second, and then it disappeared. My heart practically stopped. I'm not ashamed to admit that I ran out of that room like a scared kid. I didn't even turn off the lights or close the door. I just grabbed my coat and keys and got the hell out of there. I called in sick the next day. My supervisor, Dave, didn't question it. Winter flu was going around, and half the office had already been out with it. I spent the day convincing myself that I had imagined the whole thing. Stress, poor lighting, and an overactive imagination. That's all it was. I went back to work on Thursday, and everything seemed normal. Nobody mentioned any strange occurrences, and the storage room looked exactly as it always did. I avoided going in there alone, though. For the next few weeks, I managed to forget about the incident. Work was busy, we had an inspection coming up, and I had plenty to keep my mind occupied. Then, about a month after the knocking incident, it happened again. It was late afternoon, around 4:30. Most people had already left for the day, but I was still working on organizing some requisition forms that needed to be submitted the next morning. I had been sitting at my desk for hours and needed to use the bathroom. The restrooms on our floor are outside the main office, around a curve in the hallway. It's one of those awkward layouts where you have to walk past several empty office spaces to get there. As I approached the men's room, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. The lights were on inside, which was unusual since the lights in there are on motion sensors and should turn off automatically if no one is inside. I pushed the door open cautiously. The bathroom seemed empty. 3 stalls on the left wall, urinals on the right, sinks straight ahead. The fluorescent lights were flickering slightly. I took a few steps inside, and that's when I saw it. Sitting on top of the partition wall between the stalls was what looked like a child. The partition walls don't reach all the way to the ceiling. They stop about a foot short, and this thing was perched up there looking down at me. It wasn't the stereotypical long-haired ghost girl from horror movies. This looked disturbingly real, solid. A pale white figure, small in stature like a child around 8 or 9 years old. I couldn't tell if it was a boy or girl. Its features were slightly blurred, like when you move while someone's taking your photo. It had no hair that I could see, and it was wearing something like a white hospital gown. The worst part was that it didn't move. It just sat there, staring at me with eyes that I couldn't quite make out. No expression, no sound, just watching. I backed up slowly toward the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The figure's head turned slightly to follow my movement, but otherwise it remained motionless. When my back hit the door, I turned and ran, not stopping until I reached the parking lot. I sat in my car for almost 20 minutes, trying to calm down enough to drive. I kept thinking about going to security, but what would I say? I saw a ghost child sitting on top of the bathroom stall. They'd think I was crazy or on drugs. The next day, I casually asked around if anyone else had experienced anything strange in the building. Most people just shrugged it off, but Melissa from accounting mentioned that she sometimes heard clapping sounds when she worked late, like someone was applauding from an empty conference room. And Jim, the IT guy, told me about computers turning on by themselves overnight, even though they had been properly shut down. Captain Ramirez overheard our conversation and pulled me aside later. He told me that an old Chinese man who worked as a janitor years ago had warned him about bad energy in the building. Ramirez was into feng shui and believed that the building's layout created negative qi or something. He had even brought in some special mirrors to place around his office. It's nothing supernatural, he assured me, just bad energy flows. There's a scientific explanation for everything. But I knew what I saw wasn't explained by energy flows or drafty windows or faulty wiring. After that, I started noticing more things. Sometimes I'd be alone in the copy room and feel cold breath on the back of my neck. I'd hear whispers in empty hallways, too faint to make out any words. Once, I found my desk drawer open when I was sure I had closed it, and all my pens were arranged in a perfect circle. I started avoiding staying late. I'd make excuses to leave right at 5C, sometimes earlier. I kept the encounters to myself mostly. I didn't want to be known as the office weirdo, but inside, I was terrified every time I had to walk into that building. Then, 3 weeks ago, I had no choice but to stay late. We had a major inspection coming up, and I needed to prepare all the documentation. By 7:30 p.m., I was the only one left on the third floor. I had been working non-stop for hours and decided to take a short break to stretch my legs. I walked down the main corridor toward the break room to get some coffee. The hallway was dimly lit. They keep half the lights off after hours to save energy. As I passed by the storage rooms, I heard what sounded like shuffling feet behind me. I turned around quickly, but the hallway was empty. I stood there for a moment, listening. Nothing. Just as I convinced myself it was nothing, I noticed something on the floor about 20 feet away. A wet footprint. A small one, like a child's bare foot. As I stared at it, another appeared beside it. And then another. Invisible feet making wet impressions on the linoleum floor, walking slowly toward me. I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, watching these footprints form one after another, getting closer and closer. I finally snapped out of it when they were about 10 feet away. I turned and ran back to my office, slamming the door behind me. Through the frosted glass window in the door, I could see a shadow approach from the hallway. It stopped right outside. I heard a soft tapping on the glass. Tap, 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 the same pattern I had heard on the wall months earlier. The door handle started to turn slowly. I had locked it when I came in, but the handle was moving like someone was testing it. Then it stopped. There was silence for what felt like forever. I was huddled behind my desk, phone in hand. Though I hadn't dialed anything, who would I call? What would I say? Then I heard a child's laugh. Not the happy laugh of a normal kid, but a hollow, echoing sound that made my skin crawl. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The shadow moved away from the door, and I watched as it passed by my window, heading toward Captain Ramirez's office. A few seconds later, I heard the distinctive click of his office lights turning on and off, faster and faster, until it sounded like a strobe light. I sat there in the dark for what must have been hours, too scared to move, until the first rays of dawn came through the windows. Only then did I gather the courage to open my office door. The hallway was empty. No footprints, no shadows, nothing out of place. Captain Ramirez's office door was closed, and when I checked inside, everything looked normal. I haven't told anyone at work about what happened that night. What would be the point? Without evidence, it's just the ramblings of a stressed-out office worker. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. I've started looking for another job. I can't keep working in that building, wondering when the white figure will appear again. Some nights I still wake up hearing that child's laugh, feeling those empty eyes watching me from the dark corners of my bedroom. The strangest part? Last week, I was researching the history of Camp Holloway, trying to find some explanation. Turns out before it was a military base, the land was the site of a children's tuberculosis sanatorium in the early 1900s. Building 17 stands exactly where the isolation ward used to be, where the most contagious terminal cases were kept. Children who never left those walls alive. I don't know why that white figure has chosen to appear to me. I don't know what it wants. All I know is that it's still there, waiting on the 3rd floor of Building 17, knocking on walls and sitting on bathroom partitions, watching with those blurry, featureless eyes. And sometimes, when I'm driving home late at night, I check my rearview mirror and swear I can see something white and fuzzy in the back seat, just for a split second before it disappears. Story 19. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even now, typing this out with shaking hands, I'm second-guessing whether I should share it. But I need to tell someone who might understand, because what happened to me when I was 6 years old has affected me my entire life. I grew up in Riverdale, one of those quiet towns where everybody knows everybody. Our house was nothing special. A 2-story with faded blue siding that my dad was always promising to repaint. My bedroom was upstairs, at the end of the hallway. I had this bunk bed even though I didn't share the room with anyone. Mom thought I'd grow into it, or maybe have friends sleep over. I always slept on the top bunk because it made me feel safer somehow, like I was further away from whatever might be lurking in the dark. The one luxury I had in my room was this old TV set. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small box TV with a dial for channels and those rabbit ear antennas that never really worked right. My mom, Eleanor, everyone called her Ellie, had put it in there thinking it would help me fall asleep to cartoons. Looking back, I think she just wanted me to stay in my room in the mornings so she could sleep in. The first time it happened was in October. I remember because my Halloween costume was hanging on my closet door. I was going to be a princess that year. I'd been asleep for a while when this blast of noise jolted me awake. It was so loud my ears hurt instantly. My eyes shot open to see the TV was on, but it wasn't showing cartoons or even a regular program. Just static. That awful grey and white fuzz filling the screen with that horrible shh sound cranked all the way up. I was terrified. I hadn't touched the TV. I always turned it off before bed because the blue light from the screen scared me. Mom had taught me how to use the power button, and I always made sure it was off. I screamed for my mom. "Mummy! Mummy!" I was crying. My hands pressed over my ears, too scared to climb down from the top bunk. The static seemed to get louder somehow, like it was filling up the room. After what felt like forever, my bedroom door swung open. Mom stood there in her nightgown, hair all messy, looking really mad. "Maria, it's the middle of the night. What are you doing with the TV on so loud?" "I didn't turn it on," I sobbed. "It just came on by itself." She gave me this look, the one that said she didn't believe me. She walked over, hit the power button hard, and then for good measure, yanked the plug out of the wall. "No more TV before bed. You probably fell asleep with it on and had a nightmare." "But I didn't. Go back to sleep, Maria. I have to work in the morning." That was that. The door closed, and I was alone again. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just stared at that TV, waiting for it to come back to life, even though it was unplugged. A week passed. Nothing happened. I started to think maybe Mom was right. Maybe I did leave it on and just forgot. Then it happened again. This time I was having a dream about my kindergarten class when that shrieking static jerked me awake. The volume was even louder this time, if that was possible. The sound physically hurt my ears. The screen was all static again, but this time, I swear the static wasn't just random. There were shapes moving in it, like shadows passing behind a frosted window. I screamed for my mom again, crying so hard I could barely breathe. When she came in, she was angrier than before. "Maria, we talked about this. You can't just turn the TV on in the middle of the night." "I didn't," I was hysterical. "I was sleeping. It turned on by itself." She didn't believe me. Again, she unplugged it, warned me that next time she'd take the TV away, and left. This kept happening. Once every few weeks, always in the middle of the night, always with that deafening static. And every time I'd scream for my mom, and every time she'd come in angrier than before, unplug the TV, and leave me alone. After the fourth or fifth time, she started threatening to ground me if it happened again. She was convinced I was doing it for attention. My dad worked nights at the factory, so he was never around when it happened. When I tried to tell him, he just said, "Listen to your mother, princess." The worst part wasn't even the TV turning on. It was what I started to notice in the static. Those shapes weren't just my imagination. They were becoming clearer. Sometimes I thought I could make out a face, just for a split second, before it dissolved back into the fuzz. Other times I swore I heard a voice underneath the static trying to say something. This went on for months. I started sleeping with my blanket pulled over my head, a pillow pressed against each ear. I'd pray every night, "Please don't let the TV turn on. Please don't let the TV turn on." Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it didn't. Then came that final night. I'll never forget it as long as I live. It was a Tuesday in February. I remember because I'd brought home a Valentine's Day craft from school, a paper heart with glitter that was still drying on my desk. I'd gone to bed early because I wasn't feeling well. Mom had checked my temperature and given me some children's Tylenol before tucking me in. I fell into a heavy, feverish sleep. I don't know what time it was when the static woke me up, but the moon was high outside my window, casting this sickly glow across my room. The static was louder than ever before, so loud that my vision actually blurred from the pain in my ears. I screamed for my mum, but my voice sounded thin and weak against the wall of noise. "Mommy, please, the TV!" I waited. No footsteps in the hallway, no door opening, just that relentless static. I screamed again, sobbing, my throat raw. "Please, Mum, I'm scared!" From down the hall I heard her voice, muffled through her closed door. "Turn it off yourself, Maria. I'm not coming in there again." I froze. She wasn't coming. For the first time I was going to have to face this alone. The static seemed to pulse, getting even louder, if that was possible. And in the screen, those shapes were moving faster, becoming more distinct. I swear I could see a hand pressing against the inside of the screen, like there was someone trapped in there trying to get out. I had to turn it off. There was no other choice. With shaking limbs, I climbed down from my bunk bed. The floor felt ice cold under my bare feet. I remember taking tiny steps toward the TV, my whole body trembling. The closer I got, the more I could feel the static. Not just hear it, feel it, like it was vibrating the air around me, making my skin tingle and my hair stand on end. When I reached the TV, I didn't even try the power button. I went straight for the plug, dropping to my knees and following the cord with my trembling fingers until I reached the wall outlet. The plug was already halfway out, hanging loosely from the socket. Someone, my mum probably, hadn't pushed it in properly after the last incident. With one quick motion, I yanked it all the way out. I remember feeling this surge of relief, clutching the plastic plug in my small hand, thinking it was over. But the static didn't stop. The TV kept blaring, the screen still filled with that frenzied snow. I stared at the cord in my hand, then back at the TV, my brain unable to process what was happening. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." I looked at the plug again to make sure I was really holding it. I was. The TV was completely disconnected from the wall, from any power source. But it was still on, still screaming with static. And then the shapes in the static changed. They weren't random anymore. They were forming a distinct outline, the silhouette of a person. A tall, thin figure standing perfectly still in the center of the screen. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. I just stood there, clutching that useless plug, staring at the impossible. The figure in the static seemed to turn, like it was looking directly at me, though it had no visible eyes. I felt it, seeing me, recognizing me. The static sound changed too. It developed a rhythm, almost like words, but in a language I couldn't understand. For 15 seconds, I counted them in my head like they were teaching us in school. The TV kept playing, 15 eternal seconds of standing face to face with something that shouldn't exist, something that was looking back at me through a veil of electronic snow. Then, with no warning, it stopped. Not gradually, just stopped. The screen went black. The sound cut off mid-static. The unnatural electricity that had been filling the room vanished, leaving behind a silence so profound my ears rang with it. I dropped the plug and ran. I didn't go to my mom's room. Somehow I knew she wouldn't believe me, even now. Instead, I raced back to my bunk bed, climbed up with shaking limbs, and buried myself under all my blankets, my entire body shivering despite the sweat soaking my pajamas. I didn't sleep. Not for a minute. I just laid there, staring at the dark outline of the now silent TV, waiting for morning to come. When the sun finally rose, I went straight to my mom's room. I didn't cry or yell. I just stood by her bed until she woke up and looked at me. "I want the TV out of my room," I said, my voice hoarse from screaming the night before. "Today, please." Something in my face must have scared her, because she didn't argue. She didn't even question me. After breakfast, she and my dad carried the TV downstairs and put it in the basement. I never told them exactly what happened that night. How could I explain that I'd been holding the unplugged cord while the TV kept playing, that I'd seen something looking back at me through the static? They already thought I was making things up for attention. This would have just confirmed it for them. But I know what I saw, what I felt, what I heard. I'm 28 now. I've never had a TV in my bedroom since that day. Not in my college dorm, not in any apartment I've lived in, not in the house I share with my husband now. People think it's quirky, or that I'm some kind of anti-technology purist. I let them think that. It's easier than explaining the truth. Sometimes, when I'm channel surfing in the living room and pass a station with static, I swear I can see those shapes starting to form again. I always change the channel immediately, and I never ever fall asleep with the TV on. I still don't know what was trying to reach me through that static all those years ago. Was it trying to tell me something, warn me, threaten me, or was it just trying to find a way through to our world using the electricity and the white noise as a doorway? Whatever it was, I'm certain of one thing. It knew who I was. It knew my name. It knew where I slept. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep and in that hazy place between waking and dreaming, I can still hear it, that rhythmic static that almost formed words, calling to me from somewhere just on the other side of reality. Story 20. I still can't believe what happened to me 3 weeks ago. I've been trying to make sense of it, but I just can't shake it off. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I mean, I watched those ghost hunting shows and always thought they were totally fake. But what I experienced at Galloway's Castle in Scotland has completely changed everything I thought I knew. My friend Rachel and I had been planning this trip to Scotland for over a year. We're both history buffs, so visiting old castles was at the top of our list. Rachel's always been super jumpy and scared of anything remotely spooky, so I promised her before the trip that I wouldn't mention any ghost stories or anything creepy while we were touring. Galloway's Castle wasn't even on our original itinerary. We only added it because our B&B host in this tiny Highland village recommended it as a hidden gem with quite a history. He didn't mention anything about it being haunted, and I didn't think to look it up beforehand. It was just supposed to be another castle tour among the many we'd planned. We arrived at Galloway around 11 a.m. on a foggy Tuesday. The castle itself looked like something straight out of a postcard. Grey stone walls, those typical Scottish turrets, and surrounded by these rolling green hills. The fog made it look even more dramatic, hanging low around the base of the castle. It wasn't crowded at all. There were maybe 12 other people waiting for the same tour. Our tour guide was this older guy named Malcolm, who had this thick Scottish accent and wore a tweed jacket with patches on the elbows. He looked exactly like what you'd expect a Scottish castle guide to look like. He gathered us all in the entrance hall, which was freezing cold despite the mild weather outside. I remember thinking that was weird. It was May, not exactly warm, but not cold enough to explain why I could see my breath inside the castle. Malcolm started the tour by explaining Galloway Castle's history, built in the 1400s, home to the Campbell clan for centuries, the usual historical stuff. Rachel was busy taking pictures of the armor displays, while I was half listening to Malcolm when we moved into what he called the Great Hall. This is where things got weird. The Great Hall was this massive room with a huge wooden table in the center, stone walls covered with faded tapestries, and a massive fireplace at one end. As Malcolm was explaining something about medieval dining customs, I noticed a woman standing by one of the side walls. And at first, I thought she was just another tourist who had wandered away from another group. But there was something off about her. She was wearing this flowing dress that looked like something from the 1700s, not like a costume, but like actual clothing from that time. Her hair was pinned up in this elaborate style. The weirdest part was that she seemed, I don't know how to explain it, kind of see-through, like I could make out the details of the wall behind her. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I looked again, she was still there. She seemed to be organizing something on what looked like a small side table that none of the tourists were paying any attention to. Then she looked up directly at our group. Her face had this surprised expression, like she hadn't expected to see us there. And then, I swear I'm not making this up, she just walked straight through the solid stone wall. She actually gasped out loud. Rachel nudged me and whispered, "What's wrong?" But I just shook my head. I couldn't tell her. I'd promised not to freak her out with ghost stuff, and honestly, I was trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. But I couldn't stop staring at that wall. It was completely solid. No door, no passage, nothing. Just a flat stone wall with a tapestry hanging on it. As the group moved to the next room, I hung back a bit. When Malcolm was bringing up the rear, I quietly asked him, "That wall over there, was there ever a door or something in it?" Malcolm looked surprised by my question. "Aye, actually. That's where the servants' passage used to be. It was sealed up during renovations in the 1800s. It led directly to the kitchens, so the staff could bring food without disturbing the family or guests. How did you know to ask about that?" My skin broke out in goosebumps. There was no way I could have known that. I'd never been to this castle before, never read about it. Nothing. I mumbled something about just curious and hurried to catch up with Rachel. I tried to calm myself down. Maybe I'd seen a shadow or something and my imagination was running wild. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. That woman had been as clear to me as the other tourists in our group, except for the whole see-through thing. The next stop on the tour was the castle chapel. It was a small, intimate space with wooden pews and stained glass windows that cast colored patterns on the stone floor. Malcolm was telling us about how the family would worship here privately and how several generations were buried in the crypt below. "Now, this room has quite a bit of paranormal activity reported," Malcolm said, lowering his voice dramatically. "Visitors have claimed to see a lady in grey sitting in the back right corner pew. She's believed to be Lady Campbell, who died in childbirth in 1742. She reportedly comes to pray for the soul of her unborn child." I immediately looked to the back right corner. There was no one there, but what struck me was that despite the chapel being small and our tour group being forced to squeeze into the space, nobody, not a single person, was standing or sitting anywhere near that back corner pew. It was like everyone was subconsciously avoiding it. Even Rachel, who was busy taking photos of the stained glass, kept her distance from that corner. I felt this weird heaviness in the air there, like the atmosphere was thicker. The temperature seemed to drop even lower in that corner, though I didn't point this out to Rachel. I'd promised, after all. By this point, I was feeling really unsettled. I kept glancing around, half expecting to see more ghostly figures. Part of me wanted to see something else to confirm I wasn't going crazy, and part of me was terrified of actually seeing anything. Our tour continued upstairs to what Malcolm called the gentleman's retreat. It was set up like an old library with bookshelves along the walls, a pool table in the center, and several leather armchairs scattered around. The room smelled musty, like old books, but there was another smell mixed in that I couldn't quite place at first. While Malcolm was explaining how the men would retire here after dinner for drinks and cigars, I noticed a man standing by one of the windows. Like the woman in the great hall, he was slightly translucent. He was dressed in clothes that looked more recent than the woman's, maybe early 1900s. He had a thin mustache and was smoking what looked like a cigar. He wasn't looking at our group. He was just staring out the window, occasionally taking a puff from his cigar. Again, none of the other tourists seemed to notice him. No one approached that window or even looked in that direction. It was as if their brains were just editing him out of their perception. I tried not to stare directly at him, afraid that if I made eye contact, something would happen. I don't know what I was afraid of exactly. Maybe that he'd acknowledge me or approach me. So I just kept glancing at him from the corner of my eye while pretending to listen to Malcolm. That's when I realized what the strange smell was. Cigar smoke. It was faint, but definitely there, mixing with the musty book smell. I turned to Rachel and whispered, "Do you smell cigars?" She wrinkled her nose and nodded. "Yeah, weird. Maybe one of the staff is smoking somewhere nearby." Malcolm overheard us and smiled knowingly. "Ah, you smell the cigars, do you? That's a common experience in this room. This was where the gentleman would smoke after dinner. The last person to use this room regularly was Lord Campbell, who died in 1962. The castle hasn't allowed smoking inside since it opened to the public in the 1970s. Rachel looked a bit uncomfortable at that, but she just shrugged it off as old smells getting trapped in the walls or something. But I knew better. The ghostly man by the window took another puff of his cigar, and a new waft of smoke seemed to appear in the air. My heart was racing at this point. The fact that Rachel could smell the cigars too meant I wasn't imagining things. This was real. There was an actual ghost standing just feet away from us, smoking a cigar like it was the most normal thing in the world. When we moved to the next room, I glanced back. The man was still there, still looking out the window, seemingly oblivious to our existence. The rest of the tour continued, but I was barely paying attention. I was too busy scanning every room we entered, looking for more apparitions. I didn't see any more full-bodied figures, but I experienced other strange things. Cold spots that made the hair on my arms stand up, the feeling of being watched, and at one point, the distinct sound of a woman humming that seemed to come from an empty corridor. By the time the tour ended, I was a nervous wreck. Rachel noticed something was off and kept asking if I was feeling sick. I just blamed it on not having eaten lunch yet. As we were leaving, I noticed Malcolm watching me with this knowing look. Before we exited, he approached me while Rachel was in the gift shop. "You saw something today, didn't you?" he asked quietly. I hesitated, then nodded. The woman in the great hall, and the man with the cigar in the gentleman's retreat. Malcolm didn't look surprised at all. Lady Campbell's lady-in-waiting, Elizabeth, and Lord Robert Campbell in the smoking room. They're our most frequent visitors from the other side. Not everyone can see them, you know. You have what we call in Scotland the sight. I didn't know what to say to that. I'd never considered myself sensitive to the paranormal or anything like that. I'd never seen a ghost before in my life. "Why didn't they notice me?" I asked. "They didn't seem to care that there were tourists around." "They're just echoes mostly," Malcolm explained, going about their daily routines from centuries ago. "Sometimes they notice the living, sometimes they don't. Count yourself lucky. When they do notice, things can get a bit more interactive." That sent a chill down my spine. I was about to ask what he meant by interactive when Rachel came out of the gift shop, and I had to drop the conversation. As we drove away from Galloway's castle, I kept looking back at it through the car window. In one of the upper windows, I swear I saw a figure standing there, watching our car leave. I didn't mention it to Rachel. It's been 3 weeks now, and I still can't stop thinking about what happened. I've looked up information about Galloway's castle online since then. There are mentions of it being haunted, but the stories aren't widely known. I found a few forum posts from other visitors who experienced similar things: the cigar smell, cold spots, and a few who claim to have seen the woman in the Great Hall. But here's the weirdest part. Last night, I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m. to the smell of cigar smoke in my bedroom. There was no one there that I could see, but the smell was unmistakable, the exact same smell from that room in Galloway's castle. It lasted for about 5 minutes, then disappeared. I don't know if I somehow brought something back with me from that castle, or if this is all just my imagination running wild after what I experienced. All I know is that I'm sleeping with the lights on now, and I'm seriously reconsidering my stance on the existence of ghosts. Because whatever I saw at Galloway's castle, whatever is possibly following me now, it wasn't of this world. And I still wonder, what would have happened if I'd tried to speak to them? What would they have said? Would they have even heard me? I guess some questions are better left unanswered, but I can't help feeling that somehow, in some way, they knew I could see them, and maybe that's why I'm smelling cigar smoke in my bedroom at 3